Today is the Halloweeny Gothic styled gates. So what we're going to do, we might actually need this default cube, so I'm going to start with this. Let's go to edit mode. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be making some Halloween styled gates. Now I have had a few requests from a few people asking me to make certain things and do tutorials on those. So I'm going to be looking into doing a few tutorials on gaming, and I'm also going to be looking at doing a few tutorials on map making as well. So depending on your PC and depending on how much detail you want to put into that is dependent on whether you can make the entire project. So I'm going to try and make some projects where maybe it's a little, how do I put this, a little less strain on the CPU, so to speak, in the graphics card. So what we're going to do today is the Halloweeny Gothic styled gates. So what we're going to do, we might actually need this default cube, so I'm going to start with this. Let's go to edit mode. I'm just going to go on to the face option just at the top right here, and let's go with the screencasting keys. Yep, okay, so what we need to do, let's go with G and just bring this up. This is going to be one of the side pillars for the gates in particular. What we're going to do, let's go with a side view so you guys can see what's going on. I'm just going to press 1 on that one. Okay, so when we do the top right here, we're going to go with E for extrude. Just pull this out. S to scale outwards. It's got that nice little bump coming up. I'm just going to press G and just make that a little bit taller. And then we're going to go with E for extrude again. What I'm going to do, I'm going to go S first. Scale this up a little bit, E for extrude. And then we'll go E for extrude again. And we will scale inwards, just as such. I'm just going to press G and just bring that up just a little bit. And then I'm going to go E for extrude again, keep it where it is. Scale it in. And then we'll go E for extrude just to bring this up to the top. And then E for extrude just to round that off so it looks a little bit weathered. So, once you've got something like this, what we can do now is we can go with, let's go object mode again. We'll go add. And we're going to add a sphere. So UV sphere should appear at the bottom just here. Just press G to bring it up. And we're going to place this on top just here. So what we can do with this is we can scale this down. Shade this smooth. Can have some of those really fancy kind of gothic kind of gates. I'm just going to go ahead and go into edit mode real quick, and I'm going to look underneath. So what we're going to need is the toggle X-ray, just to see underneath here. And what I'm going to do, let's go ahead and take all of the faces just at the bottom right here. Now obviously you're selecting these ones at the side right there. So what I'm going to do, just take off the toggle X-ray. If you can see this, just pull the sphere up slightly. We're just going to go E for extrude and just bring this down. So you've got it like this. So, next part of this, let's go ahead and go to object mode again. We'll go to the stand and then edit mode. And what we're going to do is take the front and the back. So, front and back are both selected, or sides even. See, if I press 1 like this, that's the front. So if we go front and then shift and click to the back, we can go E for extrude again, scale it inwards. So this will be pretty flat at this point. We'll press G, just move it up just ever so slightly. And what I'm going to do is S for scale, just to bring it in just as such. So you should have something like this. What we're going to do, press S for scale, and we're just going to go outwards to make this flat. So now we've got both sides that are flat-ish. Okay, so I'm just going to press S for scale. Just going to scale this outwards just ever so slightly, and what I'm going to do, S again, and we'll go forward just ever so slightly, so we've got that nice little wear and tear. So we've got this nice little bit that's coming out here. E for extrude again, keep it where it is, S for scale, bring it in. We're going to scale upwards. Oops. Bit too much there. So scale upwards just about there, scale inwards just about here. Scale outwards again, just to make that flat. And then we're going to go E for extrude, leave it where it is, S for scale, and then just bring it in. So now we have this kind of motion going on. Yeah. So you can do some designs on here, some different things. You can go ahead and Control R and make some loop cuts if you wanted to, and then just kind of pull some of this detail out. We could actually do that now, actually. Let's go Control Z. I'm just going to go ahead and just scale this inwards just a little bit so we can get some more of that detail in there. So now we should be like this. Let's go Control R. Scale this up a little bit, and what we're going to do, take some of the faces and we'll go this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, and we'll just go in a pattern just down the side, just here. Ba, ba, ba. Maybe not that one. There we go. Just hold shift as you're clicking them. E for extrude. S for scale. Should be able to pull those vertices out. If you can't, we can go E for extrude again, and we can go G and just move those to the front ever so slightly. And then what we can do is S for scale. See if we can just bring that out just a little bit. Apparently not, but for the front of this looks great. Now if you were going to go to the back, you could do the same. So we could go ahead, just select every two. Sometimes this works, sometimes it doesn't. It depends on the version of Blender you have. So E for extrude again, S for scale, and then we could just press G and just bring these out. So yeah, I think it depends on the version of Blender you have, because sometimes I do things on Blender and then it doesn't respond and I'm like, why is it doing that? Okay, so the next part that we can do right here is we can go ahead and make the other side of the gate. So if you take this object right here, or objects, because you've got 1 and 2, we could go ahead and we could place material right here. Let's press plus. So this will be a base material, and then we could go ahead and we could edit a few things with this one if we wanted to. So just leave that one blank at the moment. We've just got the base right here. So this will be the base, let's go base color. Okay, so let's go Shift D, bring this across. Also select this one as well. So Shift D, bring these across. Select the ball on top and just go to the drop down right here to base color for both of them. So now we're going to start making the gate. So what we need to do with this, we need to find the midpoint within the gate. So if you've just done what I've done, which is in the middle, you can go ahead and you could use that if you wanted to, but if you really wanted to measure it out, let's press Control Z. Right, so we've got the correct texture on this. Let's select them both. And we're going to go Shift D, and you can press 1, and that will put that next to it. But if you press 10, you'll have this. And if we go, maybe we could go 12, just about here. So what you should have in the middle is 6. So let's go ahead and add a cube, and we're just going to make our mid-center right here. So let's go ahead, elongate that, just scale it down a little bit. And what we can do is we can go G, move it across, and press 6. Now this should be the center of our gate, and as we can see, we have equidistance on each side. So using this one as the marker, we can now make the gates on one side potentially, and then we can flip them for the other side. So let's see, we will go with a pointy kind of gate look. So I'm going to go with cylinder. I'm going to press G, move it, let's go with 3, so it's just in the center. And what I'm going to do, I'm kind of making this the opposite way on this side. So if we turn this around, Let's move this outwards just a little bit. I'm just going to go ahead and scale this down. I'm going to go ahead and scale this up. And what you want to do is you want to make a texture for this as well. So I'm just going to press G, make sure that this is just around the line just here. So you see this line that's at the bottom right here. What we're going to be doing is putting a wall next to this piece. You want your gate in line with this, but you want it slightly higher so that it doesn't scrape the ground, essentially. So it's physics at the end of the day. So make sure this is nice and tall. And you can do this any way that you would like. You can put this up, put this down. So what I'm going to do, let's see, we'll make a nice little spike at the end of this. So I'm just going to go shade smooth. We'll go to edit mode. Take the end right here. And what we're going to do, we'll make this into a nice little pike. Just right there. Let's go with E-fret extrude. Just pull it out just a little bit. Give it that nice little bevel. E-fret extrude, leave it where it is. Scale it outwards. And then we're going to go E-fret extrude. And then E-fret extrude. And we'll just bring this in. So it's got a nice little point. So what you're going to want to do at this point is we go to edit mode. Make sure you shade smooth. We'll go to the materials tab right here. And what I'm going to do, let's see. Let's put this material as a new one. New material. And we're just going to go with black railing. Black railing for this one. And what we can do, change this to a nice deep grey. Maybe turn up the metallic a little bit. Just so it's got that nice little kind of shine to it. If you haven't already, change out your EV to cycles. So you should have this nice little shine coming through on the render tab right there. So what I'm going to do, so you've got the side view right here. So we have, we put this 12 paces apart, and we put this as a 6. This is a 3. So what we're going to need to do is we'll go with Shift D. And I think we should be 1.5. We should be roughly. My brain's not braining today. 1.5 on that side. And we can go Shift D. And you want to press minus 1.5 on this side. And then what I'm going to do, let's press G. And I'm going to bring these down a little bit so we've got a nice little arc coming through. G, just bring this down, make sure it's kind of like an angle going upwards. Okay, so we got the 1.5. Let's go with 1 second. I want to get the measurements right on this one. So we had 1.5 and then we are dividing by 2, so that will be 0.75. So let's go with this one and we'll go Shift D. And we're just going to type in 0.75. That should be about halfway there. For this one, we'll go with Shift D. You want to change it to this side. So we're going to go minus 0.75. And then for this one, we're going to go again, Shift D, minus 0.75. And then from here what we can do is press G, bring this down so it roughly sits in the middle, just about here. This one roughly sits in the middle of these two, just about here. And then this one can go a little bit higher because it's the center of the gates, or at least one of the centers of the gates. Let's go Shift D. Move this across and we are 0.75 even. Where was it at? 7.5 should be like that. Okay, so let's press G, bring this up. And what I'm going to do with this one is just move it slightly to the side because this is the center right here. and I want a little bit of space just here. So we can move these two just a little bit over. So now what we have is this issue of overhang at the bottom. So to fix the overhang right here, what I'm going to do, let's go to side view on this one. I'm going to go ahead and go to edit mode. So each one of these should roughly line up here, but we need that little bit of space. So let's select the face at the bottom. And I'm going to go ahead and press G. And I'm going to bring it up. So if I go ahead and just put this into perspective for you guys. So you've got the end of the pillar right here. Let's go G, bring this up. And maybe we could go roughly just under the red line, just here. And then we're going to go object mode, go on to your next one, edit mode, take the base face, press G, and we'll bring it up to roughly the same line. And then we'll go on to the next one and do the same with this one. So it's also trial and error a lot of the time with what you're doing. So if you make something and then you can kind of go, okay, yeah, I don't like the length of that, let's go ahead and amend it. Let's go G. Right there. And then we've got 3 more just here as well. Let's go ahead and amend that one. Just about there. And then we've got this last one right here. We're going to go G, just bring that up. So they're roughly the same size. It doesn't have to be perfect, because you imagine a gate's been set out there for a while. Maybe some of it's rusted, some of it's fallen off. Bits of it have been damaged. You know what I mean? So it doesn't have to be perfect. So the next bit that we want to do is make kind of little arches, put some bars across here, maybe make it a little bit more gothic. So what I'm going to do with this is add, and we'll go with cylinder again. Press G, bring it across. We're going to go rotate 90 degrees, scale this down. Make sure that this is roughly the same size as the bars that we've just made. It could be a little bit bigger. Could be a little bit smaller if you wanted it to, but roughly the same size. So we're just going to go S, scale this out. Just go ahead and make sure that this fits on either side. What we could do, because bars naturally wouldn't go between, what they do is they'd solder them on the side just here. So don't put them directly in between, and what you could do is let's press G. And just for example, we could go with Shift D and we can move this across. So there's 2 bars on either side. Not only does this give your gate a little bit of depth, it also gives it a little bit of detail. Can't get my words out today. It gives it a little bit of depth and it gives it a little bit of detail. So you could do something else as well. You could go ahead and squish these down if they're too chunky. So if we just take that one off and amend it, we can go scale, and we can go ahead like this. So it's a nice little thin bar that goes across. For the material, we go to drop down and just select black railing. And this is what it should look like. So now we've got this nice little black railing kind of coming into fruition. So, excuse me. I'm just going to press G, bring this down. So we can kind of box off the bottom there. I'm just going to go ahead, click Shade Smooth. Let's go with Shift D, and we'll move this across to the opposite side as well. Give it that little bit of thickness. And then I'm going to take these 2 bars right here, and I'm just going to press Shift D, move these up to a midpoint. And then from here, maybe we could go ahead and we could go Shift D, pull these up, and then scale this in. Let's press G into the center just there. and kind of have this kind of half bar coming across. So maybe just about there, and then scale outwards just at the sides. So now we've got this nice little half bar coming across, this nice little bar at the bottom right there. Let's see. And as well, these structures that you kind of see with gates and stuff, they have a centre pole that's a little bit thicker. So we could go ahead and change this one as well. Although we've moved this, we could go ahead and amend this and make this a little bit thicker at the sides as well, for handles and stuff. So, let's go ahead and add a cube. Actually, no, let's go ahead and add a cylinder. I think it'd look way better with the cylinder. Let's press G. I'm just going to go ahead. And we'll rotate this by 90 degrees. So 90 right there. Scale this down. This can be a little bit thinner or a little bit thicker depending on your preferences. Totally up to you. But make sure that you've got this against the bar at the side. Scale this down. We're just going to go ahead and move this just to there. And I'm going to go for edit mode. And what we're going to do with this, we can go, let's take this face right here, E for extrude. And we're just going to press G, bring it up. E for extrude, press G, bring it up. And we're just going to make a little arch. E for extrude, bring it to the next bit. G, bring it up. So try and follow the arch of your spikes on this one. So E for extrude, bring it across. We're going to go G, bring it up. Then E for extrude, bring it across. And then G will bring this up. E for extrude, bring it across. And you kind of get the pattern of what I'm doing here. E for extrude. And then we're going to go G, bring it up. So at the other side, it kind of looks a little bit deep on the angle right here. So what I'm going to do, let's take this piece right here. I'm just going to press G and I'm just going to bring this down just ever so slightly so that it doesn't arch as much. And I'm just going to extrude it at the end and just kind of scale it off a little bit. What you can do is if your angle is a little bit too sharp on this side, you can press the X-ray mode. And then you can go ahead and select that angle and just change it to where you need it to be. So if we just go on to the points right here, take these points in the middle, and we just press G, just bring it up as such. So once we've got this part, and I'm going to just take this end one and just arch it down just a little bit so you've got that nice little arch going on. You can also do Control R in the middle right there. Just press G. And you can arch the centerpieces as well. So you can have some little wacky patterns going across here as well. Let's go with object mode real quick. I'm just going to go to the drop down and black railing. Let's go Shift D. So let's go Shift D right across there. Just go ahead and shade smooth for both of these objects. Then take both of these objects, this one and this one. And we're just going to go ahead and Shift D it again and bring it down. So it's got that nice little kind of crisp arch coming through. So on this part, we're nearly finished with the gate. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take this one right here, Shift D. Bring it across. I'm just going to elongate it slightly and then bring it in. So this is going to be where maybe the key lock is. And we're just going to go ahead and, Shift D that again. And just bring that across. So this is probably where the gate locks up. So what we can do with the center point right here, we can actually add to this. So I'm going to go Shift D again. And as I said in the prior one, this needs thickening up on one side. So let's go with G, bring this into the center right here. Let's see, scale outwards. And then I'm going to go with edit mode. Select the base face. I'm just going to press G, bring this down all the way to the bottom guard. So you've got it like this. And then what we can do, just make sure that lines up. You can go E for extrude and just scale that down so that it's flush. And this particular piece, we're going to go to the drop down menu in the materials section, black railing. You can scale this outwards just ever so slightly as well. So it should look something like this. And then what I'm going to do, we need some hinges. So let's take this one right here at the front. Let's go Shift D. Let's duplicate it, scale it down. So you have something like this. And then we're going to go G, bring it across. And make sure this fits between the pillar and the gate, and you can scale this outwards just slightly as well. This is going to be the hinge. So you can have your hinge there, and then we can go Shift D, have another hinge just at the side right here, or maybe we could lower that one just a little bit. Maybe we could go Shift D, one in the middle. It's got some nice hinges. And if you were animating this, you would just leave the hinges where they are and then have the gates as the object that moves. So let's do the other side. Let's take this divide out in between. Just go ahead and delete that one. And what we should be able to do is take all of this, if we box select it, minus your camera off and minus your light, just double click for those. We go Shift D, move this across. Now this is the point where I get it wrong, because I choose the wrong option. So if we just move it across to this part, just where it fits and sits, we can right click and then we can go mirror, and it should be, if I get this right, it should be Z local. No, it's not Z local. Let's try again. This is the part where I struggle. Let's see, Z global. I mean, it's flipped, but it's not where we want it to be. It's going to take you a while to try and figure this out. Let's go Y global. Okay, X global. Yeah, there we go. Right, X global. So, just take it and just place it to the side on that part right there. So, doesn't have to be perfect. Not everything's perfect, but you have a nice little gate going on. Let's go ahead and add a plane, just to give this a little bit of depth. This is a great build for gaming, by the way. If you're building games or anything like that, you could have like little areas with gated off stuff. You could also go ahead and take this. Maybe we could go Shift D, bring this across, scale this down a little bit. G, maybe like a locked gate kind of theme. So we just go like that. It's kind of like it's locked, you can't get to this section of the game. So yeah, the next bit to build would be essentially a wall coming down the side of it, and maybe some more railings as well. So what we can do, let's go with add, and we'll go cube. Press G, just bring it up to where you need it to be. Just bring it across, scale it, slide it, just like that. Maybe make it a little bit thinner so we can go S for scale. Let's go in. There we go. Just make it a little bit thinner than the pillar itself. Let's go G. Bring this across. And what we can do with this, you can either make this as a little bit of a stone wall, or you could add a brick texture to it. To be honest with you, I'm going to make this a stone wall today. So we'll go E for extrude. Scale outwards at the side. You can make this a little longer if you need to. I would say stay in flush with the pillar itself. So we could go with, let's see, S for scale. Just pull that in just ever so slightly, and then E for extrude, and then E for extrude again, and then scale it inwards. Just as such. So I just take this off X-ray mode for 2 seconds. You've got this nice little wall that's coming through right here. What I would suggest is don't clip the edge of it. So this is kind of clipping right here. You see how this is kind of going into the side. So what I can do to solve that is we can go object mode and we could just go and move this. You want that nice little gap that goes in between, because naturally walls will generally be made as like, so you put brick to brick rather than brick going over brick. So, yeah, just leave that little bit of a gap. It kind of makes it look like it's been built in 2 different parts. So you've got the wall there, you've got this here. We go Shift D, duplicate it. And again, we just want that little gap right there. So once we've got this, if we go into the render mode, right here, we can kind of see what's going on. Obviously there's no sun at the moment. We've got a lamp. Let's go G. Bring this across. Maybe we can make this sun. And just pull the exposure down just a little bit, because that's way too much exposure. Maybe make the sun a little bit yellow as well, so you've got that nice little natural hue. And then we can go R for rotate and just kind of mess around with these shadows a little bit. Oops. Oi. They're going everywhere. Trying to find that perfect point. It's looking a bit gamey at the moment. So, yeah, we've got this little bit right here. So, what we need to do is add some texture to essentially the pillars that we have right here. So, we could go to shading. Let's go with render just for a moment so we can see what's going on. We have principal BSDF and we have material output. Now, we can use a noise texture, or we could use one of these other textures right here. You've got sky texture, Voronoi texture. Voronoi texture, I would say, if the wall is cracked, you could have this in the background. So I would say Voronoi texture, we could go with roughness. But you're going to need a bump texture with this. So let's go bump and add this to it. It's not going to show up straight away, but what it is, it's micro details. So say like you've got like small scratches on glass or something like this. Voronoi is excellent for doing stuff like that, as long as you're putting it into the roughness or the metallic. So it'll show up in little bits all over. So if you had, say, like limestone or something like that, Voronoi texture is great at making kind of a limestone kind of texture, as long as you can get it to work with your object as well. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to get rid of these real quick. Let's go with add, and we'll go to noise texture. Color to base color. You see that we've got all these lines going on there as well. This is great for, say, like weathering and stuff like that. So you can put that into your roughness, you can put that into your metallic. Today we're going to put this into just the color, so I'm just going to go with bump. Place this in the middle. We're going to go color with height. Generally, I think it should work on most of the blenders, but this particular one doesn't want to do it. So we're going to have to do it the opposite way. Let's go color ramp first. It's spitting out its dummy. It doesn't like to do that. So let's go with color base, and we're going to go with color from noise texture to FAC. And now we get this nice little rough texture going on. If we improve the black on here, we can see that we get more staining. If we improve the white, you can see that it brightens up a little bit. And if you bring both of them together, it contrasts. So, depending on how you'd like the rock to look, you could do different things. So we could go plus with this, and we could go with this third colour of a green. So say like maybe, I don't know, maybe it's in the middle of a swamp or something, and I I don't know, it's been left for years and no one's cleaned it, and this is just like swamp stuff that's kind of grown on it, like there's mold and stuff like that. We could scale this up as well, like multiple molds. You could have it like this, maybe a little bit of staining from the trees and stuff. You could take this white, maybe it's no longer, maybe it's like an industrial place or something, and I don't know, smog and stuff has discoloured it. Maybe it's next to a road, pollution. I don't know, whatever you want to do with your piece, it's totally up to you. Just tell the story, I guess. So I'm just going to put mine as regular stone at the moment, and we're going to go back to that bump texture that wasn't working. So within my version, I have to do the colour ramp first, and then I can put the bump in, and we'll go colour to height. So what the bump texture essentially does is it's supposed to make indents and stuff, but for some reason it just doesn't want to work. So we're definitely on cycles. Yeah, definitely on cycles. For some reason, I don't know why the newer versions do this, but sometimes, like, I think it's a little bit of a glitch within mine. I might have to re-download. But yeah, you can get small issues like that. So what I'm going to do, let's go with a bit of distortion, just to kind of pull some of those details in. I'm just going to pull the black back, just ever so slightly. Maybe just about there. Pull the white forward, and maybe make it a cream, a bit more creamy. Yeah, that's great. So this would be great for, say, like churchyards and stuff like that. You'll notice that the same texture is now on the balls as well as this one, because we did this before. We put them at the same texture. So with these walls as well, what we can do is we can go ahead, go down to the drop down, and we can go base colour on this one, and we could go base colour on this one. But where's the fun in that? Where's the fun in that? I think I might have base colour at the top and at the bottom. So what I'm going to do is, let's go to layouts real quick. And let's go and edit a few things. So if we take this wall right here, we can go to edit mode. Take your front face, your side face, and this face right here. And we're going to go to plus. We're going to click new. And this new material is going to be brick. So, what we can do, click assign. And then what we can do, I'm going to compare this wall to this wall, and we'll see how we can make this look. So this is totally dependent on how you'd like your projects to be. So we've got the original wall right here that we had, which looks really dull, boring, and then we've got this one that we're going to amend. So what we can do with this, we've got Principled BSDF and a material output right here. We're going to go add, and we want a texture. We're going to go to brick texture, colour to base colour, and you'll see that you get a lot of lines here. Now, depending on which way this is facing, depends on which way the lines are going to go. Unfortunately, this one for some reason just wants to go sideways, but that's okay. We can amend the mortar size. We can do whatever we need to. Maybe on this one we've got some vertical kind of bricks going on. Maybe it's a fancy pattern or something like that. If your bricks are going sideways, brilliant. Mine aren't. So I'm just going to make this as a nice funky pattern. Right, so we've got this right here. We can go to add, we can go to colour ramp. Stick this in the middle. And we could go ahead and just make some little textures in here and outside of it. So we could go plus. We could have maybe a little bit of staining. Let's go with kind of a yellow kind of stain. Going with that one. Maybe just darken it in places as well. And we can also do, let's add a noise texture. We go to colour and we can go to colour 1. This will give us a little bit of texture on these parts, a little bit of weathering as well. Smarter size, we could take this down to maybe, instead of 0.02, we could go 0.01. It's a little bit thinner. We can go ahead and add a bump texture to this as well. Maybe try it on this side. Okay, yeah. Let's move this to this side. Oops. So you want to go colour to base colour. Take this off. Oops. So you want to go colour to height with this one. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that one. Normal to FAC. Should be able to do something with that, but to be honest with you, for some reason it just doesn't want to work. Yeah, I mean, you could just do your texture the way that it is. So let's go Shift D, move this down. We could go colour to colour 2. And you can scale this upwards or downwards depending on what you want. Take the roughness in a little bit. And what we can do as well, we can add some browns to this, some greens. Maybe just there. Just on the opposite side. Make this a little bit of a deeper tone. Yeah, so we've got something like that. So it's got these little patterns on there. It's got some nice little cream tones. I think most of this you kind of have to experiment with, because sometimes things don't go the way that they plan out to be. So say roughly about that texture. Should be okay. To be honest with you, I'm going to go back a little bit because I like the other texture. I kind of like this deep kind of brown. Let's go scale this up just a little bit. Give it that little variant. And then I'm just going to go ahead and scale the opposite side as well. Just to add a little bit more texture that's different from the other one. So with this top piece here right as well, what we could do, let's go to layout real quick. I'm just going to go ahead and just save this because it's getting a little bit slow. I would recommend you save this. So let's go with gates. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to change the texture on this one as well. Let's go to materials. What you want to do is go to edit mode, and to select the base colour, all you need to do is go on to base colour, select, and then it should highlight the base colour. What we're going to do, plus, and we're going to go new, and we'll say that this is darker brick. Oops. Okay, I missed the key, 1 second. Yeah, my computer's slowing down like real quick. So let's go darker one. Let's put darker in there, seems to work. So what we can do now is click assign, and then we can make this kind of like a black as well. So what you want to do, make sure you don't select these ones at the bottom either. So you just want these at the top. Let me just go off render mode just for 2 seconds. Let's go shift, just deselect these ones. You want the darker assigned to this one. So, and maybe just click that one off at the back, but that's okay, we don't really need that one at the moment. So the darker one, we could go ahead, we can have a little bit more roughness on there. And what we can do with this as well, we can go ahead and add a noise texture. So colour to base colour. You got all these little bumps going on. Add a colour ramp. Don't let me. Come on. You see how slow my computer's going at the minute. Right, let's go and add. And then we go colour ramp. Let's make that nice and contrast. Scale this up. Let's maybe pull this across just a little bit so it's kind of like you've got this nice little roughness on there, but it's not too much. Okay, so compared to the gate opposite, we can see that we've got a lot more detail within this gate. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and delete this one on this side, and then we can go ahead and just duplicate this one over onto this side. So once we've done this again, just make sure this isn't clipping, make sure there's like that little nice gap going on that we spoke about before. And we can put this in the way. Now for these pillars in the middle, what we can do, edit mode. You see the ones that are already selected are the ones that are sticking out. So what you want to do is select the ones that are on the inside. Basically doing a reverse Uno. Ba 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 ba. I missed one. And we can do this to the opposite side as well. So what we're going to do, these ones in particular, we'll press plus, down menu, and we'll go darker, assign. So now, when we go to the object mode, we'll have it like this. Now that's totally up to you whether you want to do something like that, but it's an option that you can have. Because the alternative is like this. Totally up to you if you want to do that and just enhance those a little bit, but if you just want the brick like that, you can have it like that. So the next bit that we could do is, let's go for the base that we've made right here. We could go ahead and go to shading tab again. Got our little gate right here. We can go new with this one, add, and then we're going to go brick texture. So the brick texture right here, color to base color. See that you get some lovely little bricks, but they're a little bit too big. So we're just going to go ahead and scale these down. Now, you do have the option here of making the bricks individually, or you can go ahead and you can use a background for this. So, what I would suggest, if your computer is more high-end, then you could make individual bricks for this. It would look great. If your computer's more of a lower-end computer, stuff like this is probably going to be easier on your processor. So, yeah, you could do your brick texture right here. And you've got all your little individual bricks. So I'm going to do it both ways so that you guys can see what's going on. But first I'm going to add some trees and I'm going to add the background as well. So, you've got the basic bricks there if you want them. For this particular build, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take one of these railings right here and I'm just going to make a little railing run just at the side right here. So we can go ahead and Shift D with this one. Move this to the side. Now you could have that little arc again if you wanted to, but to be honest with you, I'm just going to keep it the way that it is. So let's go G. It doesn't matter if it goes through the floor at this point because you're not going to see it. I'd say that's roughly the same height. Okay, let's go with Shift D, and I think we're -1. Select them both, Shift D, and then we can go -2. Select them both, Shift D, -4. Select them both, Shift D, -8. You're just doubling every time. Or at least you should be. That one didn't work, apparently. Yeah, you got those ones. These, and these. Shift D. -8. Yeah, there we go. Okay, and then you've got that extra one that's just sitting on the edge. Or extra 2 even. We're just going to go ahead and delete those. Take all of these. Box selects them. And you can go ahead and just like arrange them on the other side. To be honest with you, it doesn't really matter at this point whether they're straight or not. Absolutely perfect. What we can do, take these off. We can make the bars that go across first, and then we can duplicate them. So if we take this one on this side and this one on this side, you see on the 2 sides of the gate right here, we can go Shift D, we can move this across. And then we can just elongate this. So G, moved into center right there. S for scale. G, moved across. Let's go and place that into the actual wall. You could have the overhang if you wanted to. And then I'm going to go Shift D and then bring these up like that. So now all we need to do, whilst on side view, box select, take all of these and duplicate them over to the opposite side as such. So when we have the render on, we should see something like this. Nice little gates going through. So the next bit that we could do, you could have an overhang arch here if you wanted to. I think we should make one actually. Let's see. The best way of doing this, let's go to add, and we'll go with circle. Press G, and we were 6 in the middle, so let's press 6. Get that nice in the middle just there. You see how we've got the little O-ring right there, the little circle. Let's go R for rotate. We'll rotate this 90 degrees, and we'll press S to scale this up just to the sides. G to bring this up. And now we have this little arch that's coming across the top right there. Now, we want to get rid of this bottom part, and we also want to make this a kind of archway. So we're going to press F for fill. And what I'm going to do is, let's go for E for extrude. E for extrude. You just bring this across right here. And we're going to go E for extrude on this side, bring this across right here. Make sure it's covering both sides of the gates as such. And what we can do is take this middle one right here, this middle face, we'll press delete faces. Again, delete faces. If we've got the side view right here, we could go box select. And you want to basically delete all the faces on this side. So, let's go for X-ray mode right here. So you want this face all the way to this face on the opposite side. Let's go with that again, sorry. So click one of your faces right here. You want to go Shift, Control. And you just want to get rid of this side. So that should be, I think, one more up. Yeah, just about. So let's press D right here. We'll go faces. We're going to press A to select everything. E for extrude, bring this up. And then what we can do is object mode, shade smooth. You can go ahead and scale this out if you want to, just to elongate it. Just press G. Bring this over the top of the fence just here. And we're just going to go, I'm just going to scale it in just to try and get that nice little arch going on. And then we can press, let's go with drop down first, black railing. Then we go Shift D, and I'm just going to start to put these over the top. Just kind of like little nice archways just here. And what you could do with this, you could put some more detail in there too. So maybe we can make these a little bit thinner. Just scale these down. It's got that nice little bar coming across the top. Let's go add, cube, G, it was 6 in the middle. So let's press G and bring this up. scale this upwards, scale this down. Press G right here. You could have some circles in here if you wanted to as well. Nice little design. Go to your drop down. We want darker in the middle. Let's go Shift D. Let's go 3 in the middle there. Let's go G, bring this down. And you want to go with Shift D, bring this across, and I think we were 1.5, weren't we? So minus 1.5, just in the middle right there. And this one, Shift D, move across, and you want 0.5, sorry, 1.5, where am I going 0.5? 1.5, so you got the middle bit there, should have at least. Put that on the side. Something looks a little bit off with that. But yeah, we can go ahead, Shift D, minus 3. G in the center. Shift D again, and we want 1.5 in the center right there. Let's press G, bring it up. And then for this one, we want to go Shift D again and minus that 1.5. Yeah, I told you my brain's fried today. So now we've got this nice little archway that's going on. So, yeah, let's do a few trees. And I'll show you how to do the cobbles if you've got more high-end PC that can handle it. So what I would suggest at this point is press save. File, save. And if you want to do the trees separately, we can press save as. So, let's see. So trees, we want to go to add, and it should be under curve, and then sample tree gen. If you don't have sample tree gen, go to the edit, preferences, and then from preferences, you can't see my pop-up right here, but go to, I think it's add-ons, and then just type in tree, and it should say the same as here. So curve, sample tree gen. And what you'll get in this is a tree will appear, and it'll be in the most awkward place because you can't see it. You can go ahead and go into X-ray mode. You can kind of see it right there. This sample tree gen menu is at the bottom right here. You can go ahead, load present. You can have willows. You could have Japanese maples. They're beautiful to work with, by the way, if you're interested. Weeping willow. You can do those as well. I think we'll go with weeping willows today. So make sure you don't click anything else but the box at the moment, because if you want leaves and you want to show leaves, we're going to have to put the leaves in. So what I would recommend, because this is a Halloween piece, and obviously with it being autumn or fall, the leaves are going to be on the ground. What I would suggest is put the leaves on the tree, and then we'll deal with the leaves afterwards. So let's see. I kind of like this tree the way that it is. Just going to select it all. What you're going to get is you're going to get the tree, and then you're going to get the leaves. So I'll just box select it. I'll select it all. Scale it upwards. What we can do is we can press G to bring this to the side right here. Maybe just imagine there's a path going through here. You're going to want to be able to get through. So with the trees themselves, you can see that you've got this right here at the back. We could go with materials. You could go ahead with materials and have this as a texture material with the noise if you'd like to, or you could just have general materials. It's totally up to you. It's your project. So we could go with, I'm going to turn the roughness up for this, and then I'm going to go with the leaves. New material. We can name this as fall, and I'm going to put these as orange, and I'm going to make them slightly metallic. So, what we can do with this, and this is a clever little trick that I have, the leaves themselves, if you put a noise texture onto them, you can actually have green and orange. So you kind of like that mid kind of fall look. Or if you want them orange and it's like going into winter, then that's an option that you can have as well. Depending on what you want is, you know, how we all do the materials. So you have this tree going on in the background, spooky, haunted kind of thing. We want some more shade and we want some more detail. So I'm going to go ahead and just put some detail on these trees. Do press save to save your work. Please, I beg, because the last thing you want is to lose this. Let's go to the shading tab. We're going to add some texture to this tree. So click your tree. We'll go to add and we can go with color ramp. You're going to need color ramp for this one. Color to base color. And then add. And noise texture, color to FAC, and hopefully we should get some little texture going on. Look at all that little texture. Let's go plus, and we're going to make this a nice little brown kind of shade. Just go ahead and temper that. Just about there. I think we'll pull the brown just over just a little bit and maybe just pull that black in just for that little bit of extra detail right there. Let's go ahead and change some stuff, scale this up, scale it down, whatever you desire. So we've got that right there. Okay, so when we render this, we've got this nice little tree coming through, and because I was mentioning the leaves before, I'll show you how to do them. So say you've got that mid-fall look, that mid-autumn look. So at the moment we just have orange. So if we take this right here, we go to add and we go noise texture. You want to go to color to base color. You'll notice if I click off this real quick, that if I scale this, you've got all these little points going on. You can kind of see the fuzziness. You can't really see it because the leaves are kind of too small on here. But let's go to add and I'll show you. Maybe it'll show up on color ramp. Let's place this in the middle. We want a green. So maybe we'll keep this grey throughout, and then we'll plus orange. And then you want to go plus again. Change this to green. Yeah, this is a nice light green, dark green, whatever like that. Essentially what you want to do, you see how they're all green right there, yeah? Like mostly. Move your orange across. You see how they change? So you kind of have this nice little pattern going on. I'm going to go ahead and just get rid of the whites for a moment. So you just want this green and orange. And if we go scale with this, you see how that changes? Like all the colours are just changing on there. So if we move the green across, we have more green, orange, and we have that variation just coming in. So the more that you the more that you scale the noise texture, the more orange leaves you will have in theory, depending on how you have it set up, and the less you do the more green and orange it will be. So you'll have green over here, orange over here, green over here, orange over here. But the basically just experiment with it, see what you can do. So with these leaves in particular, we can see that we have fall, and I'm just going to put a V for variant. So when we're making the leaves on the ground, we can go ahead, take these leaves, we'll go Shift D, I will just bring them down, and I'm just going to squish them, essentially. Squishy leaves, come on. Let's go down again. Squish the leaves so that they're a nice pile. And make sure that the leaves are just sitting below the tree. So, let's go about here. You can just about see them there. Let's go again. Squish these down. Maybe you could go ahead and scale them out just a little bit to give it more effect. And you can just see them on the ground just there. What you want to do is make sure that they're perfectly flat. Might take a little bit of tinkering with this. And what you can do for more leaves, Shift D, and then rotate them round. But first, I want to change the material. So what we're going to do, click the new material button right here. If you can see my mouse, just where it says Fall V, you should have a double page, new material. So then this will say Fall V001. So we don't want it fall variant. We want this fall, and we're going to go orange. So fall and O with this one. Remove the green. So just press the minus. These will all turn orange. So now you can see this kind of variation going on, if you can see that. Maybe make the orange a little bit brighter. And then you can go ahead and you can take away the grey. And then we can add maybe like a deeper orange, maybe like a red or something like that. Just to contrast that just ever so slightly. Click the leaves, Shift D, R for rotate, and just rotate them round. Another click again, Shift D, put this in the middle, R for rotate, and you're just building up the leaves essentially in the backdrop there. So Shift D, R for rotate, oops, maybe don't rotate them sideways, lengthways, and now you've got this tree that's shedding its leaves. So you can take this this nice little shed that you've got right here. Just make sure you don't click the background. Take the tree, take the leaves, take everything that you've just made, and we can go ahead and we can Shift D, maybe R for rotate, just to give it that nice little variation, and then we can go Shift D, move these across to the opposite side, R for rotate, just to give it the variation so it doesn't look like it's cloned, and then Shift D, and then we R rotate again. Now you can do this with 4 different separate trees by introducing tree gen, but it depends on how much time you have to make your project. So if it's just a little bit of time, maybe tree gen is not the way to do it. Maybe the way that I've just done it is the way that you would like to do it. So I'm just going to take the trees themselves, and I'm just going to go ahead and just duplicate them on maybe the opposite side as well. So you got that kind of nice little spooky gate coming through. And we can also take the variation of all of these and just press G and just move them across so they're a little bit more central, but you kind of want that little imperfection. Almost like someone's planted the trees and they decided that they didn't want to grow straight, they kind of grew sideways or whatever like that. You could also take one of the particular trees and just place this as a variant so it's not quite, if we go to 7 to Heaven here, we can see that the trees are quite uniform right here. We could have that one little tree that's a bit off. Take this one, maybe we could press G, move this to the side. They didn't grow straight, you know, or maybe it's a forest, maybe like someone didn't maintain it for a while and this is what we've ended up with. Now, regards to trees being in the middle of a pathway, you probably wouldn't get trees growing like this, so we can go to add plane. Definitely you wouldn't have trees growing through brick. So let's go with this plane, scale this out. We'll go 7 to Heaven just for a moment. S, G to move this across, S to scale this up. I'm just going to go ahead and just make kind of like a fake kind of pathway. So with this we can go scale just on this side. Essentially what you want to do is go to the particles section, press plus, and instead of emitter we want hair. So you can see how all these little kind of hairs stick up right here. So this is going to be our grass. Grass is essentially the same as hair. So let's go with meters, bring this down. If you want messy grass, have it longer. If you want nice neat grass, keep it short. So we're going to do this grass. I'm going to go ahead and add a couple of zeros to this. So we've got a nice thick lawn. Let's go to materials tab. We'll go new. Change this to green. So it's going to be grass green. And as I said before, we can use that variation as well. So we can, let's just name this as grass. And then what I'm going to do, shading tab, we've got the grass right here. add noise texture. So we can change this solid green to a variation. So again, we've got all these little nice colours on there. So let's go add, and we'll go colour ramp. Place this in the middle. Go plus, we're going to go green. And because this is Halloween, we're going to make it slightly yellow. So, kind of have like a deep green right there. We could go ahead. This one, kind of like an orangey green. Like the grass has kind of died a little bit. The leaves as well, that you've placed at the back, if you use, so if we go to edit mode, particle edit, you can actually use the particle edit to separate the grass so you see those leaves. I'll show you that in a moment. So let's go with whites right here. We will change this one to, we could do it like a dusty brown kind of thing. Okay, so we have this nice little variation of lawn. What we can do right here, let's see, we're going to go to the particle edit. This is where we left our leaves. So you can go ahead and just edit different bits. Just kind of wave the grass around a little bit. It might take a while because mine's taking a while. Let's go radius up a little bit. Just kind of move this grass, make it almost like the wind's blowing. Make it less uniform. You should be able to see the leaves through the grass. Yeah. So you could also take some more leaves and just place them on top if that's what you'd like. Totally up to you. Just mess up that grass. Get it going in random directions. Someone didn't cut this. Let's get rid of that. Pull that down a little bit. Get rid of that variation right there. Okay, so once we've got this nice little grass going on, what we can do is we can look at this through the rendered. Now this is what it looks like. If we go to when my computer catches up, come on, you can do it. Uh-oh, we have a non-responding. Alright, I'm just going to go to object mode. I think this computer is getting a little bit OTT overwhelmed. Let's go Shift D, move this across to the side. We've got that nice little pathway going on. If you got to this bit, congratulations, because my computer's starting to slow down, so I can't imagine what's happening with everybody else's. Various different styles of PCs. So we'll go to layouts real quick. So we've got this nice little layout, the gates, we've got the trees right there, we've got the grass. And if we just hit the render button, this is what it should look like. It's a little bit too light for what I like. I mean, like, you could do a lot of different things with this. I mean, kind of for game design, it's pretty cool. I think that the grass, the triangles for the grass are a little bit too big, but that's okay because, you know, if you're using this as just little concepts, you can kind of go back in and just edit things. Yeah, I kind of like the way that this is going. My computer's really struggling with this. So yeah, what I'm going to do, I'm going to very, very quickly show you how to make some of the tiles at the bottom, and then I'm going to end this tutorial because it's taken a while. And I understand that I am very low on the camera right now because my chair's broken, and like I have the piston on my chair is so messed up. I'm slowly going down, so I'm going to get a new chair. This is insane. Like, I put myself like perfectly in the camera lens and then I disappear. Hi, I'm gonna be down here soon. Hi. So yeah, for as far as the tiles go, we could go add cube. This is just like a a thing if you want to use this. Totally up to you. I would generally make sure you line this up with the bottom. So we can see that the bottom's right here. Just make sure there's underneath the gate, so to speak. Put this in. Let's go with shade smooth, and I'm just going to go with modifier. We'll go smooth with this. Shade that in a little bit. So this is how you do the tiling, so to speak, or the cobbles. We'll go 7-7. I'm just going to press G, put this just outside of the gate right here, and then what we do is we just lay it as if it's bricks. So what I would suggest before you start duplicating things is add a texture. So let's go new texture, we'll call this brick. Maybe we could do this kind of like an offset white. Make it a little deeper. Let's go Shift D, move this across. And essentially all you're doing is just placing it like bricks. So Shift D across. Just there. Make a row. Select all of this that you've just made. You can probably see it better there actually. This is the top view right here, this is side view. We'll go Shift D. Pull it across just like that. And then we'll offset this just to the middle. And then maybe you could go, you're going to have to duplicate again on the side just here. And maybe duplicate again on the side just here. Just to get those bricks in. Let's go again, Shift D. It's a little bit of fiddling, but it's, once you're done with it, it should look somewhat good. Don't worry if it doesn't look great the first time, because it is trial and error. You're learning. That's how you do it. Let's go ahead and select all these bricks that we've just made. So we needed that one. I think that's just slightly out. Just make sure they're not clipping each other. Let's go and select all of these bricks. Okay, I'm just going to double click anything that you didn't want. So the background right there. Okay, so all you need to do at this point is just Shift D, move this up, duplicate it there. Obviously you got some holes here, so let's go Shift D, move that across. And then we'll go Shift D on this side, move that across. Doesn't have to be perfect. All you need to do is just select these rows. I shouldn't do that, I'll probably get copyright strikes. Let's go with Shift D right here. Move this across. Shift D. Shift D. And then we just move it across. Just going all the way down, essentially. You can go ahead and select 2 rows if you wanted to. So, got all these. Just going across. And we're going to start doing some at the back as well. Let's see, I'm going to go 7-7 because I can't see what I'm doing. Let's go G, Shift D, Shift D. Doing them in small parts, to be honest with you, is a lot easier, I think. Because if you press backspace, then the computer's going to have less to contend with. Okay, you know, I'm going to leave it like that, but it's just an example for you guys. So, the bricks themselves, let's click off that. So when we've done that, this is how it should look if my computer will render it. So you can see that we have the bricks that we've just made here are a little bit more 3D than the bricks that the kind of node or mapping does. It's totally up to you, you know, what you want and stuff like that. For me personally, if I was doing this as a project for, say, something that I was going to produce, I would put a lot more detail into these bricks. But that is basically how you do it. For the grass as well, I would definitely change this. There's a lot of things that I would change about this project, but because this is a tutorial, this is what I wanted to show you guys what you can do with this. So yeah, I guess that's a tutorial today. And as well, with the leaves coming at the back, if we go to the opposite side where we actually do have the leaves, if I just change this out just real quick. So say we were looking at it from this side right here. This is the side that we put the leaves on. We can see that we've got these nice little leaves coming through as well. So with the grass as well, I mean, you could change the grass because I personally don't like the way that the grass is done. But yeah, it's just an example of what you can do with this. So if you guys like this tutorial, please like, subscribe, and I guess I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye. A little bit of a dint inside of it, so we'll go Shift D, just move this across, scale down, just scale this part outwards, press G, just bring it across, I'm just going to edit this one as well, just on this side, just to join these two walls together. So just select the sides, press G, bring it in. And for this one in particular, just going to go edit mode, scale in between, take this one and then E for extrude outwards for the other side of the bathroom. And then just fix your floor so that it just fits nice and comfortably there. Maybe scale it in just slightly. So that's your basic kind of bathroom look that we're going for. So if you've not changed your render, change it to cycles. So with this one, we're going to place the camera just about here, I think. So let's go select, and I don't think we have a camera just in the scene at the moment. I think I deleted it. So put camera, then we will go to view, align view, and then align camera to view. Just rotate this in. Press G, just bring it back. We should set it just about there. Just frame it just in much, just there. And then I'll split this and then we can make the rest of it. So, coming from this point, we also want the ceiling, but we're going to do the ceiling last. It just makes more sense. So if we go to the mirror first, we'll go with, start with a circle, rotate it by 90. And the mirror is going to go on the side just here. So I'm just going to make it an oval just slightly, make it bigger, go to edit mode. And then we're going to go F for fill, E for extrude. Not too far out, but just there. E for extrude again, just slightly. Scale it in. E for extrude, leave it where it is, and then scale it in. And then we're going to go E for extrude inwards. Scale it in just slightly, and then E for extrude, and just pull it all the way back. Now this part is going to be the mirror. So we're going to go new. This is the gold backing. change this to kind of a gold metallic. Take the roughness down. Press plus. You're going to be assigning this one, so click assign, new. This one's going to be the mirror. So metallic all the way up, roughness down. Click assign again just to make sure that you did that. And then we'll shade smooth. And we should have a mirror like this. So you can see that it kind of points inwards a little bit. So the IOR can fix that. You can move that back and forth. Alternatively, take off the shade smooth. You should have a perfect mirror just at the back. Now, if you want to get this smooth just around the outside, we could go gold. Go to edit mode. Click select. And then we can shade that bit smooth. Subdivide it a couple of times. And hopefully that should work. If not, we can get another oval in the middle right there. So let's go to circle. Go to edit mode. Rotate this by 90. Press F to fill. G, bring it over. Place this just in front on the frame. Scale it outwards to fit the frame. And then this one, you can actually put as the mirror. So I'll just put mirror on this one. And then once we go back to that, you can now see that we've got a perfectly formed mirror, and we also have a smooth outside as well. So if you move that object, you are going to have to move the two objects together, but you now have essentially a functioning mirror that will reflect correctly. Alright, so the next bit, I just needed to take a quick break. I just needed to deal with something. So, yeah, the next part of this, the mirror's a little bit too big, but we'll tone it down, it's fine. At least we've got it made. So we've got the cabinet that we're going to make, which we're going to start with a cube. Just kind of pull that out a little bit. I'm going to take it off the render mode so that this works better. Press G, bring it up. Scale it down, because we're going to be doing some detail on this, so it's going to be quite a big sink, because we're going to have two taps on there, two little bowl kind of things. So we'll start off with the edit mode. We'll take this top face right here. I'm just going to go ahead and press G, just bring it all the way down, and then I'm just going to scale it out just slightly, and then I'm going to go E to bring it up, E again. And we're going to do one of those posh ones like you'd see the older kind of cabinets where they come in just a little bit. So it's a little bit fiddly, but we're going to go E for extrude again. So you should have that little like kind of bump right there on the edge. Scale it inwards. Then we're going to go E for extrude, and then we're going to start to scale it outwards. E for extrude again, scale outwards. E for extrude, and then E for extrude, and then we'll scale it in just slightly. E for extrude, scale it in. E for extrude again, and then we'll start scaling it outwards. Just halfway, roughly, from that, and then this part will be the actual cabinet itself. So we can go extrude, and then I'm just going to scale it in just slightly. Now we're going to place another cube on top of this, so this will be the top and the bottom. I'll show you what I mean once we get the new cube on there. So if we go for a new cube, mesh and cube, we go G, bring it up, press 7 so that you can see into the heaven. That's how I'm doing this now. Like 7 is from the heaven. So you can see directly down. Just make this roughly the same size on top. And it's going to be like the little cupboard bits of the cabinet. So press G, bring it up. So then we're going to take this part, we're going to go Shift D, just bring it up right there, and then we will do rotate by 180. And this will be the top of the cabinet, but we're going to make this just slightly smaller in size. Press G, bring that up. Then from here we're going to put on top a marble kind of top. So with this side right here, usually I make doors that you can open and stuff. I mean, you can make the doors if you want to. We could actually do that. I think. Oops, what did I do? Yeah, there we go. Alright, let's go to edit mode. Control R. And then we'll just do this. Bring this in. Make some little portions right here. So you can make doors if you're doing animations and stuff. Great way to do them. They're not quite even, but they're even enough. Press Control R. Oops. Come on. Control R. Okay, it's not working for me on that side. I'm just going to switch up the sides right here. Control R. Come on. There we go. Alright, so Control R at the top. And then Control R at the bottom too. Okay, so select these individual faces. And then we can go E for extrude. And these can be kind of like the cupboards, the cabinets on the inside. So we're going to need some covers for these as well. So I also want to put on some feet on the bottom of these too. So if we go to add, we go to cylinder, press G, just bring it up so you can see what you're doing with it. It's kind of getting cramped in here already. Let's go edit, E for extrude, scale it down a little bit, E for extrude, scale it down, E for extrude, scale it down until it's kind of got to this point, and then we can kind of bring it up a little bit. Just make kind of a circle, E for extrude, S to scale. Let's see, E for extrude again, and then I'm just going to come back in. And we can just leave it flat like that. So, with this one, go to object mode, right click, shade smooth, and then we're going to go new, and we'll put this as wood. Now you don't need to add any of the shaders just yet. We can go into that afterwards. I believe it's going to be easier for us. Let's scale this down. Go 7 to heaven again. And you want to go X-ray mode so you can see what you're doing. Now you want this leg right here to be duplicated on all 4 corners. So we're going to go G, just bring it over. Shift D. And then you want to click your leg right here. Now, if you notice that everything else is getting clicked as well. The legs are on the inside. It's not what I wanted. Let's double click that off. G, bring them down. Make sure that they're sitting in the right place. You could kind of tuck them in just a little bit underneath as well if you wanted to. And then we'll go 7. Go Shift D. Bring these over. Just so that they sit just right there. So now you should have, if we take off the X-ray mode, a nice little cabinet. Now we just need to add the doors to it. So we could go add plane. Rotate this by 90. Press G, bring it up. Just align it to where you need it to be. Now roughly all of this should be the same kind of height and size. So we shouldn't have any problems with that. G, just bring it in. So go to edit mode. E for extrude. Scale it inwards. E for extrude, don't move it. Scale it inwards. And then we can go E for extrude again to bring it in just slightly. And then scale it inwards. You can do E for extrude again, and then kind of scale inwards so you've got that kind of posh look to them. Just shade it. Oh, no, we don't want that. Just leave it the way that it is. We could do a bump on that or something, or a bevel. In fact, if we scale it outwards, it kind of pulls some of the detail and then shade it smooth. We'll bevel that, actually. You go to the modifier, just bevel it slightly. Yeah. Okay, we can leave it like that. You can go Shift D, just bring it over. Shift D again. Bring this over, just make sure that that's covered. Shift D. And then Shift D. So you just need to position these exactly where you need them. This one here. This one's over a larger kind of area, so you could go S and scale it. Bit of a bigger cupboard for the middle ones. Press G in the middle, scale it outwards just a little bit. And then we can scale this one out just a slight bit, and then this one just to match. So they all roughly look the same height and shape. Okay, so we want to put this entire thing onto the side of the wall. So if we go to this angle, we can box select this. So just get it so that it's out of the way. Select everything. You want to go G, bring it down. Oops, did I get the camera too? Let's deselect the camera, double click the camera if you got that. Press G, bring it down. I'm just going to scale it down as well, because it's going to be quite a small cabinet for the room. Just make sure you're not clipping anything, but at the same time you just want it flush. And then take your mirror, and we'll put maybe 2 mirrors, just scale that down just a little bit. G, bring it up. You want to place it up against the wall. G, just move that over, and then we can do D, Shift D, and just bring those two together. So when we render it, it should look something like this. Now obviously we've not got any light in the scene, so we can change that pretty soon. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to put some shelving units in here and maybe some decoration. So we could put cube, scale this down, scale this across, G, go up, and then just go in. Just here. So this would be the shelf for all your bathroom needs, I guess. G, just bring it over. We're going to materials, and we should have gold. So that should just match straight up. Maybe we'll make a gold too, actually. So we could duplicate this. And just put gold 2. So this one could be less shiny. Just a little bit duller. Bring up that roughness just a little bit. So it keeps in the theme with the gold, but it's not as shiny as the rest of the fixtures. So from this point we could change this as well. We could go wood for some of these. So this white one here is supposed to be the wood, so we just need like a little brown to go on there. I will be changing this afterwards anyway. Wood texture, wood, and then already the legs of the cabinets are already wood, because we changed that to wood before. So this just keeps your palette kind of organised in one place. And then we need the top to this as well. So if we go to cube, let's go G, bring it over. Scale this down. And then we're just going to scale it across for a little bit of a marble top. Okay, so that's our first bit done. The second bit we're going to be making a bathtub, and then we can make some of the plants in the windows and stuff and anything that's going on the sides. And then we need to make the roof as well. Okay, so something's kind of bothering me about the size of this cabinet. I'm just going to go ahead and select everything and just thin it out just a little bit. So, just going to grab everything and just kind of pull it back. Don't forget the doors if you're doing this. I'm just going to pull it back a little bit because I think it's too long in a way. So, just select these 2 feet so that they're not clipping the wall. And just pull those back as well. Just press G. Pull those back, and then I can take this cabinet with its little fixtures on the front and just press G, scale it inwards just slightly, and then press G and bring it back. I just felt that this cabinet was a little bit too thin. Of course you want it just flush up against the wall as well. Let's see. Scale that one out just slightly. G, bring it in. Okay, so maybe we'll work on the bathtub. So if we go to add, and then we're going to do a semicircle. I think we're going to do circle. We'll do the bath the correct size first, this way, and then we'll put it diagonally. So just press G. Scale it outwards just slightly. We're going to go add. We're going to go edit mode. Press F. E to extrude. Scale outwards. E to extrude. Scale outwards. Just watch the bottom there that you're not scaling too far outwards. We want it to be just round at the bottom. So I'm just going to pull this, press G. Let's get that right down there. E for extrude. And then we'll do a little scale outwards just around the bottom. E for extrude. Scale outwards. It's going to be fiddly kind of thing, but scale that one inwards. E for extrude. Scale outwards. E for extrude. Scale outwards. E for extrude. And then we'll scale outwards. Bring that up. It's kind of a bathtub kind of size. And then we'll go E for extrude once we get to the top. Scale it outwards. Just slightly. E for extrude. And then we'll start doing the lip of the bath. E for extrude. Scale inwards. And then E for extrude. Don't move it. And then scale inwards again. And then we can start bringing this back down again. Scale inwards. E for extrude. Scale inwards. And then E for extrude, and then we can just scale it inwards at the bottom, E for extrude again. And then just scale inwards. So we've kind of got this nice little tub going on. And then right click, shade smooth. And what I'm going to do with this is I'm just going to elongate it just slightly. And then I'm going to press edit and take this ridge right here all the way around. And I'm just going to scale it outwards. So you've kind of got that rim going on as well. So scale outwards and then scale inwards at the sides. So this should be the little bathtub that you've got. Just press G, bring it up. And then we're going to go cube underneath. Press 7. And you want to make sure that your cube underneath is just the size of the base of the bathtub. Edit mode. Loop cut it. And then take this face and this face. And just scale outwards just slightly. And then do the same to this side as well. Oops. Scale outwards. And then we're going to go to the object mode, scale down. G to go up. And then we're going to go shade smooth with that side. And we can change this one to wood. And this one here will be porcelain bath. So make this slightly metallic. Just take the roughness down a little bit. You want it kind of shiny, but you want it to still have that porcelain white. Just take your bathtub up just slightly with your clipping there. And then take these two and just go G, move it across. We can actually use the same kind of style for the sinks as well. I want to rotate this just slightly and just place it next to the window. Maybe I just want to make that just slightly bigger. Have a nice big bathtub. Just make sure that's not clipping anything and it's just in the right position. So, excuse me. The next bit I would say, let's see. So we kind of want this little shelf going here and we want some pillars in there as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go with a cube, scale this upwards. We go G. And then I will edit this. So we're just going to go with the sides just here. And then I'm going to edit the top and bottom as well. Now what you want to do with this one is we want to have all of these faces in the middle. Go to the face tab. You want all these faces. E for extrude. And then just scale them inwards. And then scale them outwards. So these faces, you want these as white, sorry, grey. So we're just going to do grey 1. Let's tone this down just a little bit. Press assign. And then these little bits, so this one's going to be grey for the middle, and this one will be gold. I think I did this the wrong way around. Okay, this one's going to be the gold. And then this will be grey. So if we assign this gold, and then if we click everything, assign it gold, and then click these middle ones, these should be grey. And then assign that one. Yeah, that's how it's supposed to look. Okay, so scale this down. Just go ahead and put this in the corner. This is going to be the pillar. Just scale this outwards as needed. Okay, and then we'll scale this outwards and rotate by 90. Just clone that in there, scale it down, and then scale it across. So we've got this nice little skirting bow going across just at the bottom there. We're going to change these walls to the grey that we just made. So change this to grey. Grey 1. And this one as well. So I think there's another grey as well. So we've got grey and then we've got grey 1. So everything on the outside, you could put grey 2 if you wanted to, but everything on the outside is grey 1. So I think for the next bit we should put in the windows. So I'm going to go to plane. Rotate by 90. Press G, bring it over. Scale. And scale outwards. And then we'll put this one to glass. I don't think we've got a glass yet, so we'll go for Principal BSDF and then go to Glass BSDF. And then we can change this to glass. Coming out of that side. So we need a view. So we're going to put plane. And then we'll make it into an ocean. So go to your ocean modifier. And this is great for hills and stuff like that. Scale it upwards. Then scale it out. Press G. And then we can rotate this on the axis. Let's see. So we can see this in the render view. We can then place it just here. Maybe I'm just going to scale this down a little bit just to get some more detail for the hills. I'm just trying to get the correct combination here. I think that'd do. So now we're going to want some lighting. So I'm going to get a sun, add in light, and then sun. And we're just going to turn it slightly so that we get some sun through the window here. Might take a little bit of fiddling around with this, but yeah, eventually you should get it. I'm just going to go ahead and just move this upwards a little bit. I'm just going to go ahead and remove the glass as well so that I can see where the shadows are falling correctly. And then I can edit that afterwards. We want just there. Maybe just slightly against the cabinet as well. So I'm just going to place the glass back in. Once you're happy with wherever your project has ended up, go ahead and place the glass back in. We can go to the materials tab right here, change the IOR. To be honest with you, I think I'm going to go with Principled BSDF with the glass, to be honest with you, because it's just, you can get so much more detail with this. You just change down the alpha and then change up the metallic and kind of do the same thing, and it just seems to work a hell of a lot better. And you're also getting a better reflection in there as well. Okay, so you're going to want the sun just slightly yellow. And maybe just turn up the power as well. Let's see, so slightly yellow. Shadow caustics. I just pull that up a little bit so you got some more light coming in. So kind of got this morning haze going on. So we will add the roof eventually. But at the moment I just want to edit the rest of the bathroom. So you should have something like this. If I can get this coming in. So you got the nice hills at the back as well. So with these hills, we could get a texture on there as well. We could go new, and then we could go grass hills. And then place these as just kind of an luminous green at the moment. We will fix that afterwards with the shapes and everything. So this pillar right here, if we take it, just pull this off render mode for the moment. Shift D to duplicate it, scale it out, and then just shrink it in. So it just fits in between the two windows where we've got that little divide going on. We can also take this little divide that we've got at the bottom for the skirting board, Shift D to bring it up. So we should have something that's relatively like this. We can also bring some of the fittings over as well from the other side. I'm going to put some plants on this side And maybe some little plants on the table as well. And then we can do the tiles later on. Okay, so the next part that we will work with, we're going to make some plant pots and stuff. So let's take this off just for one moment. And I want to also colour the inside of these archways in gold. So maybe we do the gold first and then we'll do the plant pots. So edit mode. We just want to go ahead and select absolutely everything just within these archways as best we can. Just get everything on the inside right there. And then from here we will, 1 second, just trying to get that face right there. From here we will go to plus, go to the drop down, gold 1, the first gold that we had. Click assign, go to object mode, let's go to this mode, then we'll do this archway, so just click on the archway, edit mode, take everything from on the inside of this, and then we're going to go ahead and click plus, change this to gold again, and then assign. So for these plant pots that we want to make, we'll go with circle, press G, bring it over, edit mode, press F, E to extrude, just slightly, scale it outwards, just by slides. I'm just going to mosey that all in, right there. I just realised as well there's no keys. Why is there no keys? Screencasting keys, they should be on. That's really weird. Oh, there we go. Where did the screencasting keys go? They were on. Really weird. Right, so from this point on, let's go E for extrude. Scale this outwards. E for extrude. Must have been a glitch within the software or something. And then just kind of like pull them in. E for extrude. E for extrude again, and then just kind of scale it. And then we can just pull this outwards on the outside, just to make that little bit of a lip. E for extrude, and then this one, E for extrude, keep it where it is, pull it in. So you should have something, oops, just like this. You've got kind of an edge, if you can see that. And then E for extrude, bring it down, scale downwards, and then E for extrude and just bring it inside, kind of thing. We don't need to make this too deep. You can see on the X-ray mode there, we could just leave it like that. Now these parts, shade them smooth. Go to the drop down and go with gold, just to match the theme of the room. Scale it down. Just place it to the side just for now. And then what we're going to do, we're going to go to add. We go to curve. I think it's curve. And then the sampling tree gen. So we're just going to make some trees. So the sampling tree gen right here. We can make different ones. We can make willows, weeping willows, Japanese maples. Japanese maples, you can't really go wrong with those. We could do that one. We could do leaves, show leaves. So for these potted plants, we're going to kind of want to turn this down a little bit, so the branch growth, kind of turn that down so that they're kind of little, almost bonsai trees, if you will. Make them a little taller. So you got the branch splitting as well. You can make them a little bit more bushy. We've also got base splits, so you could just have like one split if you wanted to. 2 levels, 1 level, multiple levels. You can also change these as well if you wanted to something different if you've got a different preference. I personally like this, the way that it's going. So I'm just going to do like little trees inside of here. These leaves right here, we're going to have them as pink. I think it'd match the room somewhat. And then the trunk, we could do this as kind of a dark brown kind of thing going on. So you have these nice little trees just in the bathroom. Scale these down. You just want to put the pot to the tree, or the tree to the pot. So the tree comes in 2 pieces. So you've got the main tree, and then you've got the leaves. What you want to do is select the main tree, click shift, and then select the leaves. Press G, bring it over to the pot, put it inside. There you go. You got a nice little tree inside of there. We could rotate that so it's a little bit more straight if you wanted to. You can also scale this down if you wanted to too. So select the pot, select the tree, select the branches, and then we can go G and we can just move this over to the side. There's a little potted plant inside there, so just make sure that it's flush to the floor relatively. We could do like a little plant on the side as well, so we could go Shift D, move this over, put one of these at the back next to the window. Press G, move it over. Could rotate it as well. Okay, we got this this real nice bathroom going on. You could have these really any colour that you wanted. So the next thing we want to do is make a tap for this bathroom. So we're just going to go cylinder, just elongate cylinder a little bit, scale it in, go G, edit mode. You know, I'm going to remove this in the background just for now so that we can actually move around properly, because it seems to be really fiddly right now and I'm not too sure why. If we go to edit mode, click this top part right here, E for extrude, just rotate it round, press 1 if you wanted to, go on the first perspective right there. E, rotate, and just bring it over. E, rotate, press G, bring it over. E, and then just rotate, press G, downwards, bring it over. And then E, rotate, G, and then just continue doing this until you get to the end. And then maybe we can thin this out and just rotate it back to where it should be. Yeah, for some reason the camera angle has just been super weird. Shade smooth. Scale this down. And then we're just going to place this next to the tub. So this is going to be the tap. Just go ahead and move that in. Rotate this round. Just place it relatively next to the bathtub. We can also make a secondary one if you wanted to. Just move this close as well. So we go 7. Just select these two. Just press G. You can move them forward. And these should just be at the side of the bathtub right there. And we'll go with gold for both of them. This really is being weird. I'm just going to go ahead and just cancel it off. Just 1 second. Yeah, that's better. For some reason that angle was just crazy. So yeah, these two are gold. So what you want to do with the sink is take the bathtub, take one of these taps, just Shift D, duplicate it out. Just rotate it roughly back to being straight. Just hit that again. Scale the bowl inwards, just by slight. Take this and scale it outwards. It's kind of a posh tap. And take these two and rotate them by 90. And these will be the sinks. I'm just going to scale that down again at the side. G to move it over. Scale it. G to go up. Scale it. We can have two little posh sinks just right here, just in front of the mirrors. So this is what it should look like roughly at the moment. Obviously we're going to get a roof over the top and we'll get some lighting in the back as well. And then we'll put a back wall on because we can see a reflection just here. And we just want to aim to get rid of that. I'm also going to put a depth of field on this as well. So if I click the camera right here, we go depth of field, the little selection thing, and maybe we'll just aim to focus this on the bath, and then we'll move the f-stop down just by slight. And I think I might also copy this right here and place something here. So yeah, I think I'm going to make the ceiling as well. Let's see what we can do. So we want this gold trim right here running across the ceiling. So I'm just going to Shift D, rotate this by 90, just scale it out. And then I'm just going to press G and just bring it in just about here so that the skirting boards and this match. And then we're going to go Shift D, just place another one at the bottom there. So now we've got an intersecting vertice right here, so I'm just going to move this just back ever so slightly. So we still have that border, it can still be seen, but it's just out of the way. Now, as regards to this floor, we can make some tiles on here, but I'm going to do it last. As I said before, I'm going to make another one of these cabinets, just to fill that void, because there's just too much void right there for my liking. So, select your cabinet, and then just bring it across. Maybe we could put some more taps in there or something. I don't know why you'd want 4 sinks in a bathroom, but, you know, maybe this could be changing station for makeup or something like that. Just kind of carry on the aesthetic of the room. Oops, don't do that. I'm just going to select one of these mirrors as well and just pull this over. And I think that would look a lot better. It's kind of like a couple's bathroom, I guess. I don't like this shelf in the back though. That shelf's kind of bothering me. Because why would you have a shelf right behind 2 sinks when you can just put a shelf right here over this cabinet and just scale it out a little bit. You've kind of got this kind of fancy look going on. I think that would work much better. Okay, so once we've got this, we'll also want to do the borders around the bottom here. I'm just going to move this tree out of the way because I don't think we're going to be able to put a border right there. But you want to put these borders just along these walls so that everything matches. Scale it inwards just slightly. Scale it out. Take this one, Shift D, scale across, scale down. And then Shift D, and we'll place this one just on the side right here. And just scale it across. So now we can kind of put this roof on and we can see what's going on. So just add a plane. Actually, you know what? We could delete that. Get this plane. Let's be smart about this. And just bring it up. There you go. We got a new plane. Now it's going to be quite dark on the inside. So we're going to put some lighting in there as well. Just to brighten everything up. Obviously we've removed the hills and stuff like that, so we'll put those back afterwards. And you can see the reflections right here of all of these objects, but then there's nothing here because obviously there's nothing behind the camera. So we could also build some of the room on that side, just add a little bit of furniture, some more plants maybe, just to kind of give it that depth. So, I think, just trying to think, right, let's take a plant, let's Shift D this, just duplicate it over. I'm going to need the render side just to see what's going on in this mirror, just so that I could bring this across, maybe not in front of the camera, just behind, yeah, so you can see it right there. So that's where we're going to be working with. So if I go G, bring this across to this side, And then take one of these cabinets and then maybe put that on that side. So I'll just stop this from rendering for the moment. So I'm going to go Shift D, duplicate this over, so that's going to be sat in the corner of a room because obviously this intersects. I want to just turn that around. Somehow I've managed to pick up another plant somewhere. Let's Shift D, duplicate that, and then we'll gladly take these two plants and just move them to the side here. So you've got that kind of depth going on. And then we're going to need a wall, so let's add a wall. Let's get a plane in there. G, move it across. Did that just go down? Or to the side? I want it to go that way. 90. Scale it out. And then we can join everything else up once we've done the lighting and everything. Scale that side. And now we have the back of the room. So it looks like just this elongated bathroom with some nice little trees going on. A little bit of lighting. Perfect. View active camera. Oh, come on. For some reason it won't let me pull the camera over. Right, there we go. No, well, I think it's because it's rendering. So what we can do with that background, because obviously there's such a big gap, we can just add more planes to the side of it and the bottom of it. It doesn't need to be super detailed, you just kind of have depth, so to speak. And anyway, when we add the lighting for the hills outside, we can lessen the reflection. It's just so that we have that detail in there, so it makes it look like it's got more depth than the rest of the room. And obviously we've got these little reflections that are going on the plant pots as well. You're not going to want a void on those because people are going to see that and go, I can see the back of the scenery. So having that little bit of extra kind of fake backdrop really does help with the detail. So the next bit that we could do really, excuse me, we didn't do the skirting boards for the bottom here. I neglected that one. So I'm just going to go ahead and just Shift D this one, move these down. I don't think no, they are fitting properly, I think. Right. My brain's just kind of going like, I need to do this, this, and this. Like, okay. Interesting. So, I think we should go into the shading tab. For sure, we should start with the shading tab and add some more detail. Okay, so when you go for the shading tab, it's just up here. So we're going to be doing quite a lot of shading for this piece. But don't worry, we've already got the colours on there that we've already chosen, the materials on there that we've already chosen. So what we do to one item will change every other item as long as it's within that colour range, within that material. So if we go for grey 1 to begin with, we can make these walls a little bit more bumpier. So we could go add, and we could go noise texture. If we go to just this one render right here, go to colour, base colour. Just bring this up just a little bit. Gives this kind of noise texture. We could then add a bump. Place your bump there, put your colour into your height. Add your colour ramp. Place this in the middle. And then we've got bumpy walls. Tone this up just a little bit. And it will affect absolutely everything. So when we render, the light should be picked up on those walls as well. Now you won't be able to see it because obviously it's fuzzy at the minute whilst it's rendering in, but once you render it and it goes through the whole process of rendering, you'll be able to see that detail with the light. So let's go back to regular mode just for the moment. And then we'll do this tiled floor. I'm debating it. I'm just like, I should do regular tiles, but I also feel that I want to do something with the nodes with this. I kind of messed this up when I did the trial run to this, so I want to do that last. I'm just a little bit cautious about it, but we'll go noise texture. We're going to go for the cabinets, the wood effects. Go colour to base colour. Just distort the texture just slightly and just scale it up. So we've kind of got this kind of wood look to it, but kind of out of hours kind of wood look, I would call it. There you go. So it's like it's kind of brazen kind of look. So I want to go with add bump. Put that in there. Color to height, and then we'll go with go add again. Color ramp. Place that between these two. And then we want to go for plus, and we want to make this a brown. So you notice now everything that's blue within this picture is actually part of the wood stuff that we're doing. So maybe we just want maybe a light kind of colour. I'm also going to make this slightly metallic, just to bring out some of those details. And then we can actually lower the strength as well on some of this, just to bring out those shadows a bit. So that's the wood texture right there. For this cabinet, let's go new. We'll just type in cabinets kind of thing. Maybe we could go with a Veroni texture. I always go with Veroni, but it's kind of really good. Or we could go with a sky texture, I guess. Sky texture is pretty kind of okay. Nah, you know, I'm going to take that off. Let's see. Galba texture. Let's go with value to base color, see what happens. That's an okay kind of texture. Maybe just stretch it out just a little bit. It's kind of like a two-tone cabinet. Let's add a color ramp. And let's make that slightly metallic. Just take down the roughness too. And then I think we're going to add for the roughness noise. Let's add a noise texture for the roughness. Just zoom that out just slightly. So it's got some little scuffs on it, as you can see, that are just appearing right here. So if I just elongate this or go downwards, you've got little scuffs going on. You could also put a bump node in this if you wanted to. Just change the colour to height again. Yeah, and it should give you this nice shiny but kind of rough looking texture. So then you want to take this and just add this to this one. So if I go to the camera view right here, we should have something like this. Just kind of a rough outline of what we're doing when it loads in. So there's a lot of noise pollution in here from the back wall and the reflection that we have. So once we close off the roof, that should disappear. And then we can add our own little lights in there and stuff, like underlighting and stuff like that. Get some little kind of mirror lights in there. I think that looks okay. Could be a little bit smoother on there, but it'll be fine. So let's do this floor tiling. We can do new right here. We want to do floor tiling with Veroni texture. So we're going to do add and then brick. I'm going to do the brick texture first and then we'll add the Veroni into that afterwards. So let's see. Scale up your brick texture a little bit. And then we want to just get rid of the offset so it's nice and tiled. Then we will add the bump right in there. You want to go colour to height, and you can invert this if you want to. We will go to colour ramp, and then just insert this between. So you can make this lighter, make this darker, whatever you need to do with it. So the mortar itself is going to be white. Then these two colours we're going to go Veroni. So just go Veroni texture, colour to colour one. Scale this just on there. I think it would be better if I came off the camera, kind of thing. See, this was the problem that I had last time. It was kind of, it didn't really work that well. This it's kind of why I wanted to do individual tiles. This was what I ran into last time. Let's go with colour ramp, see if that fixes it. No. Yeah. This is the problem that I had last time with this. Let's remove the bump. Let's just remove the elephant in the room for the moment. Yeah, I wanted this kind of texture, but I wanted to pull this outwards a little bit. I think it would be better if you made one tile with Veroni and then just duplicated it multiple times. I just think it would look a lot better, but it will be taxing on your CPU or GPU, whatever you're using, and graphics card. If you want to do it this way, this is how I've set it out. You can take a screenshot of that if you want to, and then just copy what I've done and then edit it to what you would like it to look like. But I personally, I'm just going to I'm going to remove this, and then I'm going to do the tiles themselves. So let's go with cube. I'm going to go G. I'm going to make the tiles on top, and then I'll place them in to the piece itself. So let's go back to layout. Scale this down just slightly, and then I'm going to go edit mode, take this top piece here, E for extrude, scale it downwards, G, and then we'll go object mode, scale down, shade smooth, and then we'll go to shading tab, new, and then we'll go to add Veroni, colour to base colour, shade this down, just make kind of a wacky pattern on there, and then we're going to go with add, and then we'll go colour ramp, and we're going to add some blues and some just pale kind of colours to it. Get some blues in there as well, or maybe some rich greens. So this, we will go back to layout, Shift D, just duplicate that across, take these two, duplicate them across, and duplicate these across as well. Just try and get them roughly the same place. Shift D, move these across. Shift D, move these across. And just keep going. Until you have roughly a floor to work with, so to speak. Just select them all, scale them down a little bit, and then we can start putting them into the bathroom itself. So you just want to make sure that these are just above the flooring. Just press G, move them on in. Scale them to the side. Just make sure they go all the way to the back. And they also don't clip on the outside. Yeah, I think that would be okay. And then press Shift D. And then bring across another set. We can press 7. Just to see where you're at. And X-ray if you want to. Just going to move these up just slightly. And then maybe we could make another row just for that mirror image. Okay, so this is roughly what it should look like. I'm hoping that these look a lot better. They do need some variation to them though. Definitely need some variation. We could turn some of these tiles around. We could pull the colours a little bit so that they're more uniform. The lighting is going to help greatly as well. In variation of tones. Okay, I think we should start putting some of the lighting in as well. I'm just going to go to the shading tab right here. I'm just going to edit some of these tones out. I'm just going to put some of these, just make that a little brighter. Maybe make that one a little brighter as well. Bring this white up just slightly. Maybe minus that one off. And that one. To be honest with you, I think it's just more about experimenting with the colours and just seeing what you can get in certain places. Because you could just do white tiling if you wanted to. I think we should just do that. Just white tiling might actually look better. Yeah, I definitely think white tiles would definitely change this. Make it a little bit more open and maybe bring up that metallic just a little bit, bring down that roughness. Yeah, I think that looks way better than a Veroni texture. Let's see, I'm just going to elongate this wall, so edit mode, just select this one face and just press G, bring it over. Just to the back there. Let let me see. What was I going to do? There was something. I've missed something. Oh, lighting. Yeah, so let's go back to layout. I'm just going to go ahead, scale this outwards and bring that back. So we're starting to build the bathroom in now. Yeah, so the lighting, let's take this off X-ray mode. The lighting can be cylinders. Scale this out, scale it down. Right click, shade smooth, scale it out, and then rotate it by 90 on its side, and then we'll place this just underneath the skirting board right here. So this little strip that we just put in, we're going to change this to an emission. You can change this up to any colour that you want to. I'm just going to go to the render tab right here. So maybe we could do a blue with this one just to offset that pink a little bit. I just need to turn that up just slightly. That actually looks quite cute with that blue. We could also take this as well and go Shift D, bring it down underneath the cabinets. And then maybe we could have some external light just on this side. So if I just cancel this off just for 1 second, just scale this in. So we've got that nice little blue coming from under the cabinets. And then maybe we could have a red on this side. So we could take one of these, Shift D, bring it over, and just have this kind of red ambience, whatever you want to call it. Scale this in. And just have some red lighting just running across the bottom here or the top. Just pull that across. Oops. Just move that down just slightly. So when we're changing this, go to edit mode, press plus, and then go new, and then go to emission, and then press red. And then we can render this out, assign it as well, go to object mode, object mode, and then we can turn this red light up a little bit. So we have this kind of mix of red and blue. Gives it a little bit more depth. So the hills in the background we can do with an ocean again. I just wanted to remove that before because I think it was a little bit too distracting. And then we just need to finish off the rest of the room so there's no external light pollution coming through. Maybe turn the sun up a little bit. So we take the sun right here. Just give it some more power. Yeah, I'm just going to stop this render just for 1 second. I can smell burning. Like my CPU's overthinking here. I'm just going to remove the the ceiling right there. Move this back, and then I'm just going to bring this ceiling up. It just makes more sense to have this in than that one. Okay, so take this wall right here. Once you're finished with everything and you're happy, press G and just close off this room completely. The next thing we want to do is add the hills into the background. So go object mode, add the plane, and then go to modifiers, and you want to go to ocean. Add your little parts in, scale it up. So there's hills, rotate it just slightly, and then just bring it down. And then for the texture on this, we could actually add just a regular kind of texture. I'm just going to scale this up just a little bit more. So we've got some more hills. Maybe rotate it just slightly as well. Just got G. Just going to rotate that around the sides too. Okay, so on this background one, we could go shading. Then we could go new and add noise. Noise texture. Color to base color. Let's get that noise texture. So you want to do it not too much, but you kind of want this kind of weird haze to it, so it looks like trees. Add color ramp. Add green. Just very faded green, and then add some blue tones in there, just little bits, and then add brown as well. So in this part, we want to go brown. Just move that over to the light a little bit, so it kind of gives that texture going on. You could also add some trees on the outside here, so we could go add curve. Let's see, sample tree. You're not going to be able to see it in there. If you go wireframe, you'll be able to see it. It's just there. We could go fern. I think we should go geometry. And then go Douglas fern. So you've got this huge tree coming out right now. Add leaves. You can add as many leaves as you want to. Show leaves. So you've got all this. Or you can go geometry again. You could have birch trees. You could have anything that you really wanted. I just want to make something real quick. Let's see. It's not the problem. They're all different sizes. So with this one, go to leaves. Show leaves. And then you could take this tree, press G, bring it outside, scale it up. You might want to do this on the layout so you can see what's going on through the window. Press G, bring it down, bring it across. Let's have some bushes outside. Let's take this one, go to materials, make this kind of like a green colour. This one we could go with what else have we got? We've got this one. Take these two. You can duplicate this across. So what you should end up with in the end is this kind of a scene. Hopefully it renders in. I think these hills, they need to be a little bit less reflective. So I'm just going to turn the roughness up just a bit. And maybe we'll turn that alpha down just slightly as well, so they kind of disappear into the background. And for your scene, because it's a grey sky right there, we can make this blue. Or we can make this yellow actually, because it looks like a sunrise rather than a sunset. Just click that hill off. Yeah, and I think that's roughly the tutorial. Yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed. Like, subscribe, do all that jazz, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye. Okay, welcome back to Blender, guys. So today we're going to be doing sort of a potion bottle. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and delete the default cube, and we're going to go ahead and add a circle. So once we've got our circle, we're just going to make this a little bit bigger so it's easier to work with. And what we'll do as well, we'll go to edit mode, we'll press F for fill, E for extrude, and we're just going to make a nice little fancy base for this. So what I'm going to do is just going to press 1 for the side view. Just going to scale this out just ever so slightly, E for extrude, and then I'm going to go E for extrude again, just scale inwards, and then E for extrude, and we'll scale outwards just at the side right here, E for extrude, and scale inwards, E for extrude. And what we're going to start to do is make the edging for the glass bowl that we're going to put into here. So we'll start going just inwards, E for extrude, scale in, E for extrude, leave it where it is, and then we're just going to scale in so that it's got like this nice little curve just at the bottom, and then E for extrude, and we'll bring it down, and then we'll just curve in the bottom ever so slightly. So this will be our base. I'm just going to shade this smooth. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to add, and we'll get another circle again from the mesh. So circle in the middle, we'll go G, bring this up so that it sits just in the middle right here. We're going to go edit, F for fill, and what you want to do is go for 1 again, so side view, and then X-ray. So what we'll do, we will move this across just to here to follow the contour lines right there. E for extrude. Scale this in. You can follow the contrast lines if you'd like to, but if you'd like a smooth bottom, then you can do a smooth bottom. I'm just going to do mine like this, and then we're just going to go E for extrude just to bring it upwards in the middle. You know what? I might actually do smooth bottom because it actually looks a little better, I think. So I'm just going to go G. Just going to bring this in. Let's scale this in. Scale it in right here. E for extrude, bring it up. Scale it outwards. E for extrude again, bring it up. We're going to just scale it outwards. So it's got that nice curve. E for extrude, bring it up, scale it outwards. Nice little curve going on. Let's just pull that back a little bit. Then E for extrude, and we'll kind of just curve this outwards so that we've got that nice little bevel. Oops, no, I don't want to save. Let's go with scale. It'd be nice to save, but we don't want to do that right now. Right, so bring this up just into the middle. And what we want to do is just essentially make a jar going around the sides. So I'm just going to start straightening it up right here. Make sure that you kind of got an equidistance between these sides as well, because we're going to do like a little pattern going on the inside. So if you just run it up like this, don't worry, there's method to my madness. I'll show you what I'm doing in a moment. run it up down the side just here. E for extrude, bring it in. And then I'm going to do the neck of the bottle on this part right here. So we're just going to go ahead, just pull that in, just pull this up, make sure you've got this little lip around the outside. You got E for extrude, scale it outwards ever so slightly, E for extrude in the middle right there, E for extrude, scale it in, E for extrude, leave it where it is, scale it inwards just so it's got that nice little lip on top right there, and then from here we're just going to go E for extrude, bring it straight down, and you want to follow the contours of the lines on the inside. Now it doesn't have to be perfect, so we could go ahead and we could do something like this, maybe warped glass. It's thicker in certain places than it is in others. Let's go ahead and just pull this down. And then you just want to round it off just ever so slightly at the bottom. Just as such. So, when we've got this, we want to right click, go back into object mode, right click, shade smooth. What we're going to do is we're going to go to render, let's go to cycles. Now this is going to be glass, so what we want to do is go new, and we're just going to type in glass on here. And what we want to do from here, principal BSDF, and we'll go to glass BSDF, and just turn down the roughness on this as well. So we should now have glass just in the background here. I'm just going to go ahead and add a plane, just so that we can see that a little better. And we should have a light in this scene as well, but I can't really see it that well, so let's find this light. Just bring this to the side. Oops. Bring it up a little bit. And then I'm just going to bring it to this side as well. Okay, so now we just need to do this one as a wood kind of colour, or you can do a bronze kind of colour. Let's see, if you want to do bronze, just put the metal up and the roughness down. So for this as well, we're going to need some liquid inside of it, some sort of thing, if this will allow me to do it. Come on. Right, so if we're doing a Halloweeny kind of look on this, what we want to do is we're going to go to add. Let's go to circle, X-ray again, so we can see what's going on. I'm going to press 1. I'm just going to bring this circle up to the middle. What you want to do is follow the contours of the inside parts. So we're going to go edit mode, we'll press F to begin with. E for extrude. Scale this outwards. E for extrude. Scale this outwards. E for extrude. Scale this outwards again. And then we can go E for extrude, bring this up in the middle. Scale this outwards. And then E for extrude, and we can just scale inwards, just on that one. So, with this centerpiece right here that we have, we could go ahead and have this as glowing materials. We can go ahead and have this as different ones. So I might put this as an emission. So we've got this kind of toxic green kind of liquid on the inside. And maybe we could just end it there. Maybe we could just have the toxic green on there. I'm going to edit the IOR though. Just kind of make it glass, but not quite as much. So yeah, that would be a little jar with some questionable material in it. Maybe, I don't know, maybe it's slime or something. I don't know. But yeah, whatever your imagination wants to put out there, I guess. So yeah, that will be the tutorial for today. I hope you guys enjoyed, and I will see you in the next one. Bye. Okay guys, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're doing a battery. So we're going to start off by deleting this default cube. I'm just going to go ahead. Always forget this. Right, here we go. So we want to start off with circle. Just scale it outwards just a little bit so you can work with it. Let's go to edit mode. Press F for fill. E for extrude. And I'm going to split the screen actually, so you guys can see what's going on this side. So if I just press 1. Pretty simple build. Just select this face on top just here. Press G, just bring it up. About here, I'm going to go E for extrude. It goes to there. E for extrude, just move it just slightly. And then we're going to just scale it in just slightly. E for extrude again. Just scale in slightly. And then we're just going to go E for extrude. And this will be the middle part of the battery, so the silver part of the battery. So I'm just going to go, I'm just going to extrude that in just a little bit more, just scale it in even, a little bit more. E for extrude, bring it up. And you just want to make a tiny little lip at this part. So E for extrude, make it as small as you can, just scale it in, just for a little bit of a bevel. And then we go E for extrude, keep it where it is, scale it in. And then at this point, we are going to make the centre part, so to speak, just about here. E for extrude. And then we're just going to scale it in just slightly. So E for extrude again, S for scale, E for extrude, S for scale. It's going to be the top of the battery. So when we come to the bottom of the battery, I'm just going to click the base here. E for extrude, scale it in just slightly to give it that little bit of bevel. And then we will do E for extrude, leave it where it is, scale it in. So you get about midpoint just here, and then E for extrude, because they do have this kind of little bit of a bump at the bottom. And then E for extrude again, and then we'll scale inwards. So that's your basic battery shape. We can then auto shade smooth. So if you want to add materials to this, we can go to new. Click for the new material. We'll go silver on this one. Go back to your edit mode. And what you want to do is select everything right here that's silver. So if you go into 1 on your number pad, and then we go into X-ray, we can actually do this very simply. So you want to get this part right here, and then this part right here, if you can see that. Just click, holding your left mouse button, and just drag it across, and then it will select everything on top. So this will be your silver. We want to just press plus for a moment, and then just assign new. This will be body. So we're going to change this in a moment, but the silver one, we want to assign this as silver, and then we want to go to the bottom here, and then do the exact same thing. So press 1, zoom in, and then just select the space right here. Assign this to silver. I think that's all assigned to silver right there. We're going to do silver in the middle as well. So just go ahead, select these faces right here. Assign this to silver. Now when we do the silver, just bring this down just a little bit. Bring your metallic up, and then bring your roughness down. Just click assign just to make sure that you've got all that. We'll go back to object mode. Now if your render engine is on Eevee, change it to cycles. And then if we switch to here, we can see that everything's silver, which we don't want everything to be silver. So if we go back to edit mode, you notice that in the materials tab, I made silver first and I made body. So body will be this one in the middle. So if we press 1 on the number pad, and we get this one assigned to body. We can also assign, if you turn off your X-ray and just click around here, this one's also going to be assigned for body. So body assign. And then we will make some different ones on top here as well. So, let's get this in as well. Kind of did it a bit backwards, but yes, that's okay. So select these ones as well, assign these to body. And then we're going to do a body 2. So body 2, if we go to new, type body 2, and this will be like the labeling and stuff like that. So you can put anything on here. We'll go with orange. Press 1. Select these faces with X-ray turned on. Click assign. We can actually scale this upwards if you wanted to. Just bring it down when you do. So now we should have this kind of battery. Now, on my battery, we actually have this bit as orange as well, and we have kind of these little advertisements going on. So with this battery, we could go edit mode. Let's take off the X-ray just for a moment. Select all the way around here. And then all these faces right here. So we'll assign this to body 2. And then we've got the white here. So you can put any labeling on this if you want to, if you know how to do the labelings. But yeah, that's just your basic battery kind of thing. So yeah, you can change like the patterns and stuff like that. I don't know what labels you have on your batteries, but this is just a basic tutorial on how to make a little battery prop. Hope you guys enjoyed. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, so welcome to the next tutorial of Blender. So today what we're going to be building is a glass coffee cup. You know those fancy ones that you see in the coffee shops with the baristas and stuff like that? So we're going to be building a basic one of those. So I implore you first, let's change the render engine to cycles. And then I'm going to split the screen again so that you guys can see the wireframe. And then I'm going to work on the opposite side, as I usually do. So we did a coffee cup a while back. This will be the glass coffee cup. I'm also going to be teaching you how to do glass today as well. So this will be one of the first tutorials of textures. So yeah, I'm going to get right into this. So we're going to go ahead and delete the default cube. We want to add a mesh, a circle. Always start off with a circle, beautiful circles. So this time we're going to make the inside of the glass, and then we're going to make the outside of the glass, and then we're going to go back in again. So what it is with the coffee cup glasses, so that they disperse heat better, they actually have a curved part on the inside. It's generally for decoration, but we're going to include it in this project. So we want a circle. Let's go to edit mode. Everything's selected, so press F for fill face. E for extrude, we'll just go up slightly, and S to scale inwards, and then E for extrude, and then S to scale inwards, and this will be the base of the coffee cup. So then we want to scale inwards again, just make sure that it's just nice and smooth. And then we are going to select the edge points. So you notice that if I just select the edge points, I don't select everything. So what we're going to do is we're going to press 1 select, shift, and then we're going to go control, and then we're just going to select randomly around the edge. And what it should do is it should select everything around the edge. If it doesn't, just continue pressing points until eventually it does. So, excuse me, we do E for extrude, but we're not going to move it. Scale it outwards so that you've got the bottom of your cup. E for extrude, scale outwards slightly so that you've got the bottom for your cup again. And then what we're going to do, E for extrude, and then we're just going to go smaller and smaller and smaller until eventually we get to the stem of the cup. And then I'll show you what we need to do from there. So, scale inwards slightly, E for extrude, scale inwards slightly, E for extrude, and we're just going to go like that until we get the perfect kind of shape. So, in regards to coffee cups versus ice cream cups. So ice cream cups tend to have a very narrow base to them, whereas coffee cups are a little bit thicker. So we're going to go with a thick stem on this one. So I'm just going to press 1 on the side so you guys can see this. So we can see that we've got the inside on this point, and then we've got the outside on this point. So we're going to select this face again. E for extrude, scale inwards, and we're remembering that thick kind of neck that we've got. So E, scale inwards slightly, and then E again, and then at this point we want to start going outwards for the cup. So ice cream cone cups, they tend to be a lot thinner at the bottom so that you can get syrup in the bottom, but with the coffee cups that are made out of glass, they tend to have a more wider base after the stem. So E for extrude again, scale outwards, E for extrude, scale outwards, E for extrude, scale outwards, you know the deal by now, and then E for extrude, scale outwards. Now at this point I need to instruct perhaps that you don't pass the bottom of the glass, because normally the top part of the glass wouldn't be taller or wider than the bottom part of the glass because it would become unstable. So make sure that you don't pass this bottom part here. Scale that downwards just a little bit. Here you go, E for extrude, just perhaps a little bit out, but don't pass that line. E for extrude again, just move that down for you. Excuse me. Then we're going to get E for extrude, and roughly that should be about the size of it. Now we're going to make the lip the top part so that this isn't just a right angle thing. So E for extrude, scale it inwards slightly, E for extrude again, scale inwards, E for extrude, scale inwards again, and then we're going to go E for extrude, scale inwards, but we're going to go down. So G, down. So now you can't really see the inside of the glass here. I don't think you can. Maybe that would work. Right. So now we're going to go down on the inside of the glass. Now, coffee cup glasses tend to be very thick. So I'm just going to make this a little bit smaller. E for extrude. That's probably quite a thickness on that one. E for extrude until we get to roughly the bottom. Now they tend to have quite thick bases to them, so we're going to emulate that on here. E for extrude again, S for scale, E for extrude, S for scale. Quite a basic thing to do now. Just going to bring that up a little bit. E for extrude, scale, and there we have the basic kind of look to the glass. Just going to shade smooth this, right click. Then we've got to make the handle, but before we make the handle I want to make the glass for you to show you what to do. So I'm just going to add a plane so that you guys can see. I'm going to put it onto the rendered mode, click this object, we're going to go to material, add new, and we're going to go to surface. We're going to go with glass. Now you'll notice that the glass is very faded, it's very rough, so just going to pull the roughness down, and this is what you should be left with. So now we notice that it doesn't really look that glass-like, so we're going to mess around with the IOR until we can get it to the right thickness that we need. So generally I go with something like that. you can't really judge the background on this very well. So what I'm going to do, you don't need to do this, but I'm just going to add some random objects in the background and just add some colour to those as well. So got a green one. Let's make a few greens. It's just so that you guys can see the glass and you can see the reflections and stuff. Just ignore me for 2 seconds. New sign. Oh, we got pink. Let's go with pink. Why not? Right, so back to object mode. So now what you should see is that there's a little bit of pink on the inside there of the glass, if you can see that as I'm rotating it. Just little drops of pink, so that's actually the reflection of the pink. Just gonna scale that a little bit. Now, if you notice for the glass, there's the reflection of the pink right there. So that is quite thick compared to, say, that, which you can't see the glass. So we want to get that sweet spot in the middle, where we've got a nice glass kind of shape, but we also can see reflections and we can also see through it. So the arrow trick is an amazing trick to get this to work. I don't currently have any arrows, I just have square things. So we're going to make the handle now. So the last time that I made a handle within Blender, I did it from a square. But this time, I would like to maybe use a donut shape. That would be cool. So I'm going to go G, bring this up. And then what I'm going to do, a little bit of magic, bit of Blender magic. We're going to rotate this to 90 degrees, half a rotate. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go on to edit mode. I'm going to work in this one. So I want to grab all of that, rotate, and then I'm going to go 90 again because that was the wrong way for me. And then I'm going to go B for box select. And I'm just going to get rid of half of these vertices. Just press delete. Get rid of the faces. And then I'm going to take this. We're facing that way. Just going to smooth that out. This is kind of cheating making a handle, but it's like one of the most simplest ways of doing it. Because like the way that I did it last time with a cube, like that was just an abomination. Just really was. So I'm just going to pull it out. Make sure that when you put it in, it's within the inside and the outside. And for the texture on this, we want to go with the glass texture that we made prior. So the cup should look like this. I think that's a better angle actually. So it kind of has a thicker glass side, but I mean you could make, even if you wanted to, I'll just make another little thing right there. If you guys really wanted to, you could make it smaller, just to match the glass a little bit more. Just G and S for scale, and just use your scroll wheel to move everything over. But yeah, that's your basic coffee cup. Your coffee glass, should I say. Just duplicate that. Duplication. And yeah, that's how you make your coffee glasses. You can make the glass a little bit rougher if you want to, and you can add some more details, but we'll get into Veroni. I think it's Veroni. We'll get into that later on. Once we're making bigger things, and I'll teach you how to put imperfections into your scenes and stuff. But yeah, thanks guys if you've got this far. Have a great day. See you in the next one. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be making a spoon. So we're just going to go ahead and add, let's see, we'll just go with a cube. We're just going to elongate it a little bit and just bring it out, just so you guys can see what I'm doing right here. I'm just going to go ahead and scale it in. And then what I'm going to do is, let's go to edit mode. Just cut it in the middle right there. And we're just going to scale it outwards. And from this side we can go ahead and press E for extrude, scale it inwards. E for extrude again, scale inwards. From this side we go E for extrude, scale inwards, E for extrude, and just scale inwards. Make sure that you're scaling just across the sides, so everything's flat to begin with. Press G, move it back, scale inwards. We go E again, scale inwards, and then E, and then we're just going to bring it out. Just bring it out to the side a little bit, E again, scale it inwards, E, scale inwards. And then what we're going to do is press A and just flatten the whole thing. And then we're just going to Control R. I'm just going to get some sides in here. Doesn't have to be perfect, but as long as you've got sides, try and get them as close as you possibly can. And then we're just going to go ahead and do another one, just so it has like a little bit of a bevel around the outside. And then just select these vertices right here. Now what we're going to do is just scoop it inwards, so E for extrude, and then we'll just scale inwards, E for extrude, scale inwards. Don't worry about going through the bottom because we're going to be changing the bottom as well. So E for extrude, scale inwards, E for extrude, and then we'll scale inwards again, E for extrude, scale inwards, E for extrude, scale inwards, E for extrude, and then scale inwards. You can have this as deep as you want. I'm going to leave mine like this. So now what we want to do, because these have clipped straight through, we want to select these vertices right here, just these faces. E for extrude. Oh, sorry. Let's select the ones on the outside too. Just don't touch the outside ones. We'll go G, bring it down a little bit. E for extrude, scale inwards. You can actually put the X-ray on this if you want to. E for extrude, scale inwards, E for extrude, scale inwards, and then E for extrude, scale inwards until eventually your spoon's kind of curved off at the end. Then we're going to go into object mode, just shade that smooth. And there's your basic spoon. So yeah, we've kind of got some bumpiness around here as well, so we could go into the smooth. Just smooth that out a little bit. You can add some more vertices in there if you'd like, but that's just your basic spoon design. Thanks guys for watching. See you in the next one. Hi guys, so today I'm going to be teaching you how to make a round bulb container, kind of like a witchy kind of bulb. So we're going to go ahead and delete the main cube, the default cube, add a circle. I'm going to turn on my keystrokes so you guys can see what I'm doing. Yeah, there we go. Okie dokie. So, I'll just get rid of that. Very quick tutorial. Very easy to make. So, click your circle that's in the middle. If you want to make it bigger, you can do so. Just press S and then move it outwards. Alright, so go on to the edit mode. Press F. We're going to scale this down. I know it's contradictory to what I've just done, but you want it about that big. Press E, which we're going to do the base first. S to scale outwards slightly. What I'm going to do, I'm going to put this on a separate screen so you can kind of get a side view of this. I'll show you how to put the glass on as well. So, just go to 1. Yep, so that's the bottom of the vase that we're going to make on glass. So for E for extrude, and what we're going to do is we're going to go around in a circle. Always make sure that you're extruding upwards, not sideways, otherwise this won't work. So do it pretty wide to start off with. E for extrude, scale outwards, and you can kind of see the curve on this side. So E for extrude, scale outwards, and we're just going to continue doing this all the way up until we get to the midpoint. E for extrude, S for scale outwards. Don't pull it too far, you know, don't have the vertices too big, otherwise it'll look weird. So E for extrude, and we're kind of going to come back on ourselves now. So this probably will be roughly the midpoint, I would say. I'm just going to scale that bit out a little bit more. E for extrude. Okay, so in this part, we're going to start going back inwards. You can adjust this how you'd like it, but I would like mine to look like this. E for extrude, scale, E for extrude, scale. Excuse me, I got a frog in my throat. Right, scale inwards. Okay, so when you get to this part, just bring it down a little bit. I mean, you could do it neater than me. I mean, I'm just doing like a quick tutorial on this. E for extrude, scale it inwards, and this will be the neck of the bottle. So we're just going to go up from here, and maybe you want to go in a little bit. I don't know, it's your design. Yeah, you know what, I'm going to go in a little bit. E for extrude. That's a bit too harsh, I think. And then the lip of the bottle, I should have it really here. We're just going to curve around and then in. So if I zoom in, E for extrude, scale it outwards a little bit, just give it a bit of curve, scale it in. And then once we get to this top part here, I'm pretty sure I've got X-ray turned on, I do. X-ray is just up here at the top. E for extrude, scale it in as it's flat. E for extrude, and then we're going to go G, and we're going to go inside. Now you can see on this diagram I've got the X-ray turned on, you can see what I'm doing. So E, and we're just going to go down the bottle of the neck, the neck of the bottle even, and we just want to follow the curve. So just scale it outwards. You can have your glass as thick as you'd like it. And we just bring that down. A lot of people, they'll do this kind of subdivide thing, and then they'll extrude it inwards. But the only problem, if you do the subdivide and then you extrude it inwards, it kind of messes up the faces a little bit. So doing it manual and taking your time with it is actually a lot easier to do. I can hear people in the comment section going, "Why are you not doing it like this?" Well, you know, because this this for me, you've got more control over it. So you're just pressing E extrude, or you're just going down with the motions of the vase or the vase, however you pronounce it, wherever you're from. This is just how I do it. So we're just going to go down, don't touch the edges, leave a tiny gap just at the edge, that's where your glass is. E for extrude, E for extrude, just keep going. You don't have to follow the vertices directly, but for me I find it helps so much. You just keep going and going and going. I'm pretty quick at this, so if you guys are a little bit slower, it's okay. It's fine. We're all learning. And then once you get to the bottom, you want to make it a little bit thicker, so just bring it in. Just bring it straight in. That's it. Right, so we've got our little circular vase going on here. Or vase, whatever. So come to the object mode, and then right click, shade smooth. If you don't like the smoothness of this, you can go to add modifier and go smooth. And then you can make it a little bit smoother if you want to. Totally up to you whether you want to do that. So as regards to the glass and being able to see it, come up here to the render properties and go to cycles. Because this tutorial is in cycles. So now you'll see that you've got your object, but it's not quite glass. Now you want to go for the principal BSDF even. I nearly said something else then. And go to glass. The roughness will be about halfway. Just reduce that all the way. The IOR, you can mess around with that to make it look the way that you would like to make it look. I'm just going to add a plane in here and get some more lighting, so you guys can kind of see the vase a bit better. Wherever it's gone. Sorry, I just believe I just nudged my camera there. Right, let's copy that out. Come on. Okay, so that would be our round vase. Alright, thank you for joining me for a tutorial. I'll see you in the next one. Hi guys, welcome back to another Blender tutorial. So today we're doing cloth, and I think that I'm going to be showing you vertices basically and how many faces cloth should have to make it look a little bit more realistic. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to keep the default cube, keep the lighting and stuff like that. I think I need to actually make another one here. File new, we'll go for general, there we go. Okay, so cloth, it is what it says on the tin. We're just going to go to mesh and then plane. We're going to go G, bring this up, and then just scale it outwards. Right, so I'm going to show you a couple of simulations of what basically cloth does. So what we're going to do, we're going to go for the default cube that's underneath. I might be in the way here, hold on. Gonna move myself out of the way. I think I'll be best up here. Okay, so we have the default cube. What you're gonna want to do is go to the physics tab, which is at the side right here. Go to collision, and your cube's gonna be collision, and then this one is going to be your material. So just click your plane. We're gonna go cloth, and then if we press the space bar, it should fall. And it should just hit the front of the cube. Now that's one plane. That's just one face. And you notice that it doesn't go very far. It just goes dink, and then that's it, right? So let's give this two faces. Let's see what this does with the two faces. So we want to, sorry, 4 even. So just right click right there and then just click subdivide. And then we go back to the original object. Make sure that your timeline is at 1, right at the bottom down here. And then we're going to press spacebar again. And you notice that we can see the little crease. And it's got a little bit give to it, but it's not a lot, right? So, go back to 1 again. And we'll go to edit mode. Just to edit this out. Right click, subdivide, right? So now when we go to object mode, we're going to press spacebar again. If I've gone a little bit too fast, sorry. And we notice there's a little bit more give to it. It's bowing a little bit. It's good. Okay, so you notice that the more faces that we have, the more that your cloth likes to move. So what I'm going to do, we'll go back to part 1 again. And then I'm going to subdivide. That'll be the 3rd time, I think. 4th time subdivide. And then we'll run this simulation again. So down it goes. And you notice that it curves. It caresses that cube so nicely. So you'll notice that there's a lot of it's very pixelized. It's pixelizing a little bit. So what you want to do is right click and then shade smooth. And then this is how it'll look. Now if you notice that there's bumps here. So what that is because you've not got enough subdivisions. The computer's just rendering it essentially in cubes. So what I'm going to do is go back to 0 again. So I don't know how many times I've subdivided now. I think this will be the 5th time, 6th time, 7th time. So the more that you subdivide, the more RAM it's going to take up and the more that it's going to put pressure on your graphics card and processor. So depending on what your computer can handle, is dependent on how many subdivides that you can do with your materials. If you can only do a few, I mean, it's good. Like, I started on a laptop where I could only do a few subdivisions, and that was my materials. Nowadays, I have a gaming PC, so I can do a lot more with it. So, I don't know how many times that's subdivided. I think we were on 7, I think, if I am not mistaken. But if we press spacebar again to complete the animation, you notice that it slows down. That's because there's quite a lot of data coming through at once. And, yeah, I just want to show you the basics. Obviously, it's gone straight through. So, we'll notice that the material, as it's coming down, and I can just play this for you guys, it's interacting with itself. So these little bits here is that the material, instead of being like this, so you've got your outer material and you've got your inner material. You know, I'm going to make myself bigger here, hold on. So as I was saying, you've got your outer material, you've got your inner material, and what this is in the corner is the material going like this. So what you need is a self-collision. Let me show you. For some reason, this new update, everything just falls through an object. I think it's too much weight. I've not quite figured it out with this program, but if you go down to collisions, which is at the bottom here, you want to click self-collision. And then you've got your friction. If you put it upwards or downwards, it will alter the way that the material goes. So we'll press spacebar again just to simulate this. But it's like, and you notice now it's a little bit smoother on the edges. It's not perfect, but it's smoother. So we also have this, which is this kind of cross-hatching effects that's going on. Now this is to do with how many subdivisions we have, but we can edit this. So if you go to modifiers, add modifier, and type in smooth, you can actually edit that a little bit. Now I wouldn't go all out with this because it can mess up your stuff like it does there. I wouldn't recommend it, but if that's something that you want to use, I mean, that's a minus 10,000, right? But if we put it back to 0, if I can get it there, that's roughly 0. It's a lot smoother. But obviously if you go out on the sides, I guess, it's a little worse. So that's an option for you if you want to use that, but you know, maybe don't. But it's out there if you want it. Yeah, so that's just basic materials for you guys. I hope you enjoyed. Like and please leave me a subscribe. Like, hit that subscribe button. The one that should be flashing right now if Google's working properly. Apparently Google can't understand my accent very well, but please do hit the subscribe button. I'll see you in the next one, and if you're on Facebook, please give me a follow. Bye! Okay guys, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So, in this Blender tutorial we are going to be making kind of like a lamp kind of thing. Lamp shade. So we're going to go ahead and just delete everything right now. And I'm going to go ahead and add a circle. We'll start with that one, just scale it out a little bit. I'm going to go over to the edit mode. We're just going to press F for fill, E for extrude. And what I'm going to do, actually, I'm going to just scale this just here, E for extrude, leave it where it is, scale it inwards, and then I'm going to go ahead and just delete these two faces right here. So we're going to delete the face on the bottom. I think this would be a better way to do it. Just delete the face on the bottom, delete the face on the top, so we've got a nice little ring going on. So with this ring, so scale it upwards again, right click, shade smooth, you're going to go to the edit mode. Press A to select everything, E for extrude, and we're just going to go E for extrude again and just scale it in just slightly on the top, so you got that kind of little bit of bevel on the top, and then just select this inner ring right here, shift control, E for extrude, bring it down just slightly, and then just scale it inwards again, so we've kind of got this little ring going on. Alright, so we're going to go to object mode. We're going to start making these little bits of string. So what we're going to want to do is we're going to take the cylinder, we're going to shade this, scale this all the way up, scale this inwards, then scale it up again. So we've got kind of this very long string going on. Just scale it down just a little bit more. It's more of a string shape. Scale upwards, and then what we're going to do, just go ahead and press G, bring it up. And it might be a little bit hard to see, so I'll just zoom in a little bit, press G again, bring it up. You want to, if you press 1, you can just get it on the side right here. So you just want to get it so that it's just touching the ring side. Obviously it's not touching the ring now, but we'll move this over to this side. My dog's rooting in things again, I might have to stop him in a minute. So we're going to go ahead, we're going to go to the materials tab, we're going to go new. And then always lay down now, it's cool. And then we're going to take this string right here, we'll go to the base color, we'll go to, we'll just change this to black. And then we're going to go add again, and we'll go to the icosphere, scale it down. Now what you're going to want to do, you want to do your icospheres all together, because when we make a load of icospheres, if we make all the materials separately, it's going to take you a while to do all of these. So you're going to have to do all of your icospheres in one go, and then we'll duplicate everything. I'll show you what I mean. So we're going to go new. We're going to go to glass, BSDF for this icosphere. If you're not already, go into cycles on your render engine, come back to the materials tab, and we're just going to turn down this roughness. So now what I mean about this, you're going to have to do everything together. If you do one object and then you change the material for that object and then duplicate it, every single duplicate that you do of that object will be the exact same material. Alternatively, if you just do a load of objects and then you try and add the material, all of the objects will have different materials unless you assign them. So it's just a lot easier to get the objects assigned with a material to begin with, and then duplicate everything. So just press 1 on your number pad. So what you're going to want to do is take this icosphere right here, because this is going to be one of the jewels that's going to be hanging down. You want to put it so that it's just above the ring right here. So we want to fill this string that we've got going straight up with all of these little icons first. So we're going to go Shift D, and if you press 1, you'll notice that it comes into a certain parameter. So if you go ahead and press Shift D again and you press 1 on the number pad, that will be equidistant to the last and the prior of these little string things. So now if we select them all and we go Shift D, we're going to want to go ahead and press either 3 or 4. Now if we press 4, you're going to see that there's a gap, so we need to backspace that and press 3. So we take all of these. How many have we got? We got like 5. Double click to select your string. So we're just going to press 5 on the number pad right here. Should be correct. Yep. Okay. So now we have this really short string right here. So I'm just going to go ahead and do this individually. So I'm just going to press 1. Set the second one. Press 1. Set the second one, and then we press 1 again. And you'll notice that we've got this little bit of string at the bottom right here. So what we can actually do with this, we can just press G, and we can just kind of bring it down a little bit. Alternatively, if you want to get technical with it, I'm just going to go ahead and press Control Z and just like undo what I did. I'm just going to go ahead to the end of this right here. If you go into the edit mode, just select the face that's at the top, press G, and you just want to bring it down a little bit. Now, in most of these where you've got hanging beads, have a little bead at the end to stop them from coming off. So if we go to press 1 on your number pad, go to the side view, we can see that we can now see the end of it. So we want to make a little bulb on the end of this. So we're just going to go E for extrude, S for scale. I'm going to go E for extrude, S for scale, E for extrude, S for scale, just kind of make it a little bit of a bead kind of thing going on. You could kind of point this a little bit if you wanted to. I don't know why you'd want to point this, because obviously this is hanging from the ceiling. You don't want someone to come over and like scratch their head on it, right? So now you've got these going on. So you notice as well that this is technically upside down from what we would usually make it. So we need to take this and we need to flip it so that it sits right here. But we also don't have the ring in the correct place either. So from this point, and I kind of like making stuff upside down in a way sometimes, because it kind of gives you a different perspective of things, and you can also see things a little bit better as well. So I want to take this whole thing and we just want to flip it. So we're going to go, we're going to select everything with the box selects, just literally click and drag, and then we're going to rotate it, and we're going to go 180, so 180, so that everything's upside down. So now we've got the beads up in the middle right here. We're going to go box selects, just selects this right here. We're going to go G, bring it over to the side. Now at this point I'm going to open another tab actually, so you guys can see what's going on. So just get it roughly center, and you want to do this in the quarters. Don't do this in like the tenths or whatever like that. So if you imagine that this is a clock, let me just do this 1 second. So you imagine this is clock, this is 12 o'clock, this is 3 o'clock, 6 and 9, right? You don't want to be going for like 2 when you're doing this. So make sure that your beads sit roughly in the middle right there. I'm going to start with 3 o'clock to begin with. So let me show you how this works, because you know, with me I can just figure this out like pretty much straight away, but if you're new to this you don't really know what you're looking at. So yeah, it's not that I'm, excuse me dude, can you chew that somewhere else? That'd be great. Yeah. Sorry, I don't want to lie, my audio kind of messed up without chewing stuff. Yeah. Okay. Goats. Hey. Hey. Can you give me 5 minutes? Yeah, give me 5 minutes. Okay. Good boy. Right. So when you're doing this, we're gonna want to do a 7 to heaven, and we're gonna want to do a 1, which is at the side right here. I'm hoping you guys can't hear that. He's just chewing stuff at the minute. I don't want to like stop this tutorial and then go and stop him kind of thing, but yeah. Okay, we're going to go Shift D. Let's bring this across. And then we're going to go ahead, because at this point you've only got this one selected, so this one is this one on this side. So the one on this side is now not selected, so you'll press Shift and we're going to go box select, Go straight across to the other side. Now we've got both selected. We're going to go ahead and press Shift D to duplicate, keep them where they are, R for rotate, and we're going to go 90. Okay, so now these two aren't selected, so we're going to go box select again, select all of these, and then we're going to go Shift D, and we'll want to rotate this, press R for rotate, so I believe it's 45, and then I think it's 22.5, yeah, 22.5, so we're going to go ahead and box select all of this again, Shift D, keep it where it is, rotate, and then we're going to go 22.5. Sorry, give me 1 second. Wait, come on. Oh, let's go chew this out, Sparrow. Come on, come on. That's a good boy. Right. Right, he's out the room. Right, so where were we? 22.5, right? So, let's press Shift again. Let's box select this. Make sure that you don't select the ring at the top as well. Really important. So we're going to go Shift D, duplicate, keep it where it is. And then before we rotate, I'm just going to, let me see, so it should be 11.25, 11.25. So with this one right here, just reselect those. And we rotate. Oops. We rotate on this side. Yeah, so I need to duplicate these. So Shift D, duplicate, see where it is, rotate, and then we want to go at 11.25. So next time we do all these, we go Shift D, duplicate again, but we're going to divide by 2, so 5.625, I believe it is. So on this one right here, let's reselect Shift D, and then leave it where it is, rotate, and we're going at 5.625. That should be right. So I don't think we can go any further with this because it's going to just be too much, I think, for what we have. But if we turn on the render and you're in cycles, so your render engines are right here, just where this tab is, where it looks like it's a camera. So I'm going to add like a plane so you guys can see some of the detail a little bit more. So maybe we'll go G with this one. So we've got some detail there, and then I'm going to go Shift D, and I'm just going to add a little bit of a ceiling just here because we're going to make the light on the inside now. So I don't think we need this secondary one, so I'm just going to go ahead and just get rid of that. Okay, so we have a little lamp in the middle right here. I'm going to go ahead and add a cylinder just for the base, so you guys can make whatever you'd like with this. For me personally, I'm just going to make it like a cylinder. Let's see, shape that down a little bit. So we get G, bring that up, so that'll be the center of the light. So we're going to go to edit mode, take this little piece out, E for extrude, scale it downwards, E for extrude, scale it downwards, and then we'll go E for extrude, and then we'll just bring it in the middle right here. So this is where the light's actually going to sit, so I'm going to do this as a different entity right here, make sure that's shaded smooth. We'll go to the materials tab and we'll just place this as black. And now we're going to go to, we can do an icosphere if you wanted to, or you can do UV sphere, totally up to you, but we need an emission. So maybe we could do like a long kind of bulb, just to go here. I guess when you're doing the gaming stuff, bulb doesn't really matter unless the character's looking at it, I guess. You also need a cross section up at the top right here, but I'm just going to go ahead and do the emission for this. So we're just going to go emission right here. Let's have it as kind of a little bit of a yellowy light, like it's an old bulb. We'll turn up this emission a little bit, so you can see some of the crystals on the side kind of glowing a little bit. We turn it up. you can see a little bit more detail. Now if you take these crystals, you can actually change the colour of these as well, which is pretty neat. So when you change the colour of one, every single crystal, because it's the exact same material, will also change. So if you need a different material, I think I mentioned this on the last one that I did with one of these lamps. If you need a different material, you're going to have to assign it to a new material, the actual object itself. So right here we can see that I can change this to red. We can get this one blue if you wanted it to be blue. Let's kind of go with this colour, like kind of an orange kind of colour just for this tutorial. So you notice this black is a little bit grey. I'm just going to turn up the roughness a little bit. And for this ring, I think I'm going to add maybe a little bit more metallic to it, maybe change it to kind of a more goldy kind of coloured ring. So if I name this gold, I'll show you a neat little trick. So if I name this gold, so some of you like to colour match. You know, you like one material and then you want to put another material that's the exact same and you try and colour match it. Don't do that. Don't do that. I'll show you how to do this properly. So if you want it to the mesh, go to cylinder. Now it doesn't matter about the cylinder. It doesn't matter about what you put in here. So if we just go ahead and scale this up and then we rotate it by 90, scale it down. I'm just going to go ahead and make a cross section right here because it's got to be held up by something. Okay, so I mean in detail wise it doesn't have to be held up by something. You could have it floating if you wanted to, but you know, I think if you're going to put this out in the world, people are going to notice. So if you don't colour match this, so the colour matching, what you want to do, go to this drop down. So we just made the gold for that one, and then we just assign the gold onto this one, and that is the exact same material, that is the exact same shader. Even if I duplicate this, so we're going to shift D and then rotate this by 90. There you go, exact same colour. It looks a lot better than trying to colour match everything, I'll be honest with you. I'm going to go ahead and take this ring that I've got right here and just put it here, I think. So let's go Shift D, leave it where it is, and then just kind of scale it in. Just going to bring that downwards a little bit as well. Just gives the lamp a little bit more detail, the light shade even. We go Shift D again, scale it outwards. Yeah, okay, so now I've kind of got this detailed lamp. I feel like I've forgotten something. I don't know what I've quite forgotten, but yeah, it looks pretty good as a lampshade. There's something I've definitely missed off this. Like, I was supposed to do something, but for the life of me, I'm just kind of like, what did I miss? I guarantee you I'll go to bed tonight and I'll be like, that's what I missed. That's what I did. I messed up. But yeah, that's your basic kind of light shade, I guess, with little crystals. And as I said, you can change the tones to this. You can change, go to any colour that you want. Really, you can have a bright green one if you wanted to. Kind of like a blue aqua kind of theme going on. That's pretty cute. Yeah, whatever you want to do with that. Yeah, I guess I'll see you guys in the next tutorial. In this bulb as well, you could shape it out if you wanted to. I'm just gonna leave mine like that. Yeah. Okay. I mean, I'll see you guys in the next tutorial. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be doing a flashlight or a torch, however you say it, where you're from. So we're going to go ahead and delete the default cube. I'm just going to split this into two so you guys can kind of see what I'm doing. Just going to be doing a little bit of a side view. We want to go to add, and then we're going to go circle. We're going to do it upwards to begin with, and then I'll flatten it out to the side so you guys can see what's going on. So on this side I'm just going to go to position 1. It's just on your number pad, just press 1. If you don't have a number pad, there's a view, and then you can do viewpoint, you can do top, bottom, front, back, right and left, all that lovely stuff. So, yeah, I'm just going to position this so you guys can see it. We're going to click on our circle, just pull it out a little bit so you got some more room. If you want to resize it, just press S and then scale it across. So what we're going to do, go onto the edit mode. We're going to press F for fill, and this is going to be the bottom of our flashlight or torch. We're going to go for E for extrude. You just want to move it just slightly, and then just scale it outwards slightly. E for extrude again. So you kind of got that curve going on. E for extrude, just bring it upwards, and then we're going to go E for extrude. Just scale it inwards just slightly. This is going to be the base of the torch right here. E for extrude. Just scale it in, kind of like the grip on the end of the handle. So yeah, this is very similar to making a lightsaber as well. This is basically the way that I make lightsabers. And then we're gonna just scale it outwards as well. So it's kind of got this kind of form going on. So it's got smooth edges and stuff. Okay, so at this point, I'm just gonna, you can kind of make it up as you're going along. Whatever you want on your design, it's your design. I'm gonna go for E for extrude, and I'm just gonna keep that where it is, and then I'm gonna go E for extrude again, and then I'm just gonna elongate this a little bit. So this is gonna be the handle for it. So what I want to do actually, I'm just gonna bring this down. Just press G. I'm just gonna give it an extra little bit of vertices here, and then we're gonna go E and go straight up. So I'll press G here, just bring this up. And then just move this out of the way so you guys can see what I'm doing. Right, okay, so E for extrude again, keep it where it is. Scale it inwards just slightly, E for extrude, and this is going to be the top of the torch kind of thing. So just scale it outwards just slightly, E for extrude, scale outwards, E for extrude, just scale it outwards, E for extrude, scale outwards. Maybe we could do like a 1980s type kind of flashlight. Just gonna make that a bit round, and then I'm just gonna pull this out. So we've got that little dome going on. Just move that back for you guys. E for extrude. And then at this point, we're just gonna start flattening this out a little bit. E for extrude, and then just start going in just slightly. E for extrude again, don't move it, and then scale inwards. E for extrude, and then we're going to scale it in just slightly, don't move it, and then G, press down, and just go down with the flow kind of thing. Now we've kind of got this flat surface going on, and I think we need that because sometimes when you place a torch down, you kind of just go and plonk it. So yeah, probably going to need that little bit of a flat surface right now. We're going to go E for extrude. Scale it outwards just a little bit so you got that little bit of a lip going on. E for extrude again. Scale out. Now I'm going to go for the X-ray mode right here so you guys can see what's going on the inside. So I'm just going to do 1/2 of this right here. So we'll go for E for extrude. Bring it down. And this is going to kind of be the dome bit. It's gonna go on the inside. Now you can sculpt this bit out if you want to, but I'm gonna do like a half circle in here. I'll show you how to do it. So E for extrude again, and then just kind of scale it inwards, right at the bottom there. E for extrude, just scale inwards. So this is gonna be the real important part right here. So we're gonna do like a little dome. I mean, to be honest with you, I kind of like it the way that it is. You know what, we could pull this off. So this is going to be your emission right here in the middle, and then this is going to be smoothed around the outside, and then we'll add the glass in afterwards. And then I'll show you as well how to make some scratch marks and stuff like that. Let me see. So, for this part right here, we're going to make it the emission. What I'm going to do, I'm going to just put it on rendered mode just for 2 seconds. I'm going to change this to cycles because we're working with cycles on these tutorials. We're going to go new. So when we go new, this is going to make the base color for the entire light right here. But if we want the emission, the actual light in the middle, we want to press plus. We're going to go new. I'm just going to name this one emission light. And then this one is going to be the main torch. Just double click on them, the names will allow you to change them. So the main torch will probably have a silver, the emission light will be a different material. And then this part here where we have the handle, that will be third material for our model, but I'll do that in a moment. So of course at first you're going to want the emission light. So what we're going to do is go to this drop down menu right here. We got principal BSDF selected at the moment. You want to go ahead and click emission. And once you've checked the emission, you want to go for maybe just a little bit of a yellowy kind of colour. I'm going to click assign. So now the torch turns on. And so we're in object mode again. I'm just going to right click and I'm just going to click shade smooth. Now with this emission, we can pull this emission up. We can pull this emission down so it's off. Totally up to you what you want to do with it. So now we want to make the silver on the inside, and we also want to make the texturing that's on the outside right here. So we're going to go, let's see, we're going to go to the regular mode right here. Go to edit mode. What you want to do is press 1 on your number pad, or at least get a side view. We're going to go on to the X-ray mode right here. Make sure you've got everything make sure everything's basically unselected. So what you want to do now is just make this box right here, and it's not showing up, but this is the left click. Just hold in the left click button, and then we're just going to highlight straight over the top right here. Now this will select everything where the handle is. So now what we want to do, press the plus button again, press new, and then we're going to name this as handle. So I'm just going to change this to black, and then we're going to press assign. So that's going to now assign it to handle. Now if we go to object mode, we'll notice that this isn't a very shiny torch, certainly not metal kind of look to it. I'm just going to go ahead and change this to a sun, just real quick. Yeah, there we go. So we've got a little bit more light in there. We don't need that much light. I'm just going to change that to 50. Just bring that down a little bit. Let's move this across. Okay, so now we've got the torch that's looking like this. I'm just going to bring that light down, like really low, because you're not going to be able to see the details. Also, this emission is just super bright. I'm just going to edit this a little bit so you guys can see what's going on. Okay, so we have our emission, we have our handle right there. Okay, so what we want to do is take the main body, so the main torch right here. We want to make this a bit more silver, make it a little bit more torch-like. So I mean, you can make this slightly metallic if you want to as well. This is basic materials and stuff like that. So I mean, like afterwards, if you want to go ahead and node it, you're gonna have to put the shine back in. But for now, this will just do for the beginning of the tutorial, and I'll show you how to put the textures in at the end. So we're going to edit mode. Take off your X-ray vision right at the top. We want to select everything inside of this bowl. It doesn't have to be perfect around the edges, but you want generally everything selected. So just Control Shift, and you should be able to just free click everything. Why are you not working? Ah, there we go. Right, so you just want to select everything apart from your emission. So on this part we're going to go plus again. Going to go new. And on this particular one we're going to turn the metallic all the way up, the roughness down. We're going to click assign. And now we've kind of got this mirror effect going on right here. So that's for the inside of our torch right there. So now if you want to make the glass, we're going to go to circle. Let's press G, because it's underneath our torch. So you see it there, this little circle that we got going on. So click this, click the circle, press S to scale outwards. You just want to get this so that it just sits upon the inside of the rim. Press S, just scale it out a bit, make sure that it's actually sitting on your torch, it's not clipping anything. Major. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go to the edit mode and we're just going to press F for fill. And then I'm just going to press E for extrude just to kind of give it a little bit of depth. And then from here, if we go into the render mode, you see that we can't see anything. So what we want to do is go into new. And then from here, we're just going to go ahead, call this glass. And then go from your principal BSDF and go to your, you don't want emission, you want glass. You want glass BSDF. I nearly said emission then. So now you can see that we have some sort of light coming through this. So we're going to go ahead and turn the roughness down. It depends on how rough you want this, but now you can see inside of it. Now you've got this massive grey part right here, this mega greyness right here. So we're going to go IOR, and we can mess around with how much the glass refracts the light on the inside. Okay, so that is primarily our basic torch done now. You notice that it looks a bit flat, it looks a little bit it doesn't look like a torch as much. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this section right here. We're going to go to edit mode. We want to go from main body of torch. I'm just going to go Control R, and I'm just going to make a couple of roto cuff cuts here. Oh, don't say that too fast. Roto cut cuffs. You go to face mode. I'm just going to select maybe 3 every 3. So you're going to go around in a pattern just like this. So every 3. Let's see. You might have an odd number. So you can see here, I kind of have a little bit of oddness right here. It's okay if that's a thing. If you want to fix that in any way, you can do. We're just going to go E for extrude. S for scale. We're going to scale it downwards a little bit upon the Z axis. And then we're going to go S for scale and just pull it in a little bit. This is just going to give us a little bit of grip on the outside of the handle. So it looks a little bit more torch-like. So if we render it, it should catch the light as such. Now with this handle you can make it slightly metallic. Take the roughness down a little bit so that you can see the grooves just a little bit better. You can make it a little bit lighter if you want to, so you can see that detail. Okay, so as regards to shading tabs and nodes, you guys can come over here to the shading tab at the top. For this one, I mean, we can go ahead and add a noise texture, so just to move everything around, just to clarify, because I can't get the buttons on here for some reason. You want to press shift and then click your center button on your mouse, and then you can move it. Let's add a noise. Just click the tab and then type it in. And notice that we get all this pattern in right here. You can move this up and down as much as you like. Just gives us a little bit of texture going on. So what we want to do is add a bump node, We're going to go from the noise to the bump, colour to height, and now we kind of get this fiery red colour. So what we need now is we need to add the materials back in. So we're going to go colour ramp, and then you can do whatever you'd like with this. This is just makes it look a little bit more bumpy. You can mess around with the settings and stuff, so it should look like that. Looks like it's been used, it's a bit weathered. You can scale it up with a little bit more detail if you want to. Just give it some grip. You can distort it a little bit. So, that's how it looks, and then you can bring in the black a little bit. You can minus off the white. So you kind of got this detail going on. You can reduce the metallic on here. You can put it up if you want to. Increase roughness. We can do the same with the outside of the torch as well, but we're gonna do Voronoi because I kind of feel that if the outside of the torch is gonna be silver, it's gonna have been bumped and knocked a couple of times. So I kind of want some scratches in there. So to do that, we're just gonna go here, this little kind of circle kind of thing. We're gonna go main torch. And then we will add, and we're going to go Voronoi texture, which is this one right here. Going to go colour to base colour. Now you notice it goes a little bit funky. Now this, you can randomise it, you can have it in squares if you want to, you know, it's totally up to you, it's your design. I'm going to make it a little bit big so that we've got some scratches on there, but it's not too much. I'm going to add a bump node. Straight in the middle there, colour to height again. So now it looks like we've got cracks coming across the surface. We're going to add, let me think, I'm going to go colour ramp first and then I'll try noise. So colour ramp that in. You're going to want to pull down your roughness to make it look shiny. Bring up your metallic a little bit. Not too much, you don't want to overshadow the mirror on the inside. If we go to render mode, we can now see these little cracks that have appeared. You've also got little cracks across this side as well. Pretty sure that's just part of the rendering at the moment whilst we've got hold of this particular one. So I'm going to go ahead and put colour ramp in there. You might have to, sorry, not colour ramp. You might have to do some fiddling with some of the settings if this has happened to you, because I'm going to go back into everything anyway and just kind of show you guys what's going on. This right here where it's got all the cracks, it could be because this is just underneath. It shouldn't affect the entire model, but we will see. So, where were we at? Yes, noise texture. Okay, so, I mean, you can experiment with this. You can have a little bit of a noise texture going on. Just kind of pull that in a little bit. That'll give you some depth to some of the scratches. So, some of the scratches that are actually on the outside and say, like, it's been dropped or whatever like that. So, the noise texture will actually go in between the little cracks, and you can get a lot more depth in certain places than you can with others. You can also distort it as well, so you can choose certain cracks to make them look a little bit deeper. So this one would look a little bit deeper than this one that looks like a surface scratch. Okay, so the next point in this, I think, maybe I could add another noise here. I'm just going to experiment and see what goes on, but I'm just going to Shift D this. Colour to, where can we put this roughness? I think, yeah. Okay, so now, I don't know if you notice this, but we have all these kind of little bumps here, gives it a little bit of texture. Just bring that out a little bit, and what happened there? I saw something. 1 second. That's minus 1,000. I think we're at 0. Yeah. Okay. So we kind of have these patterns here. That was what I was looking for. So there's kind of weathering. almost like it's been left outside for a while. It's got caught up in some chemicals. That's certainly something that you could add. You could distort this, so you can have this this roughness kind of thing going on. So if we go to the layout section, we'll see that some of these sections aren't quite where we need them to be. So let me see. Did I delete something by accident? Because I don't have... So you get the main torch, the emission light, the main torch. Did I do... Oh, okay. I've got two main torches. So this main torch right here, if we go to assign... Oh, no, wait. Let me backtrack right there. Okay. So, so that you can see where things are, you can go select, and it will tell you where things are. Okay, I think I got mixed up with two different ones here. So, we're selecting this one's wrong there, main torch on this one. Yeah, okay, so I see where I went wrong here, so I'm just going to change this to main torch, and I'll put main again. So I know, and oh, how peculiar! There's two of them that are the exact same. Right? Okay. Yeah, easy fix. For some reason, I have two materials that are the same. I'm just gonna go ahead and duplicate this. So now we have main torch 01. Okay, so the main torch, if we select that, should be that one. Wow. Okay. Oh, this complicates things. For some reason, there's two layers that are working together. So, okay. You know what I'm going to go ahead and do? I'm going to go ahead and make a brand new layer for this one, just in particular, because if I start deleting things, I'm probably going to delete the wrong thing. I think Blender glitched. I think that's what's going on. So, I'm just going to go box select again. Just select these. So it's definitely mainly this one. X-ray mode. There's definitely something that went wrong. Either I've messed up or it's glitched. So I'm just going to go plus. And we're just going to go new. And then this one, I'm just going to call ESP. Assign. And then we're just going to change the colour to black there. Oh, how peculiar. So now it's two separate things, but strange. That was really bizarre. So yeah, you can add, if we go to shading, and then we've got ESP right here. So we'll just go to add noise. I like showing you guys times when this kind of messes up, or when I mess up, or you know, whatever, because at the end of the day we're all learning, but it's good to see someone messing up who might have a little bit more knowledge than you know what I mean? Because if you sit there and go, yeah, I'm no good at this, you know what I mean? That's all you're going to be thinking, really. I don't want you to be thinking that. I want you to kind of understand that there's other people in the world that do this, that they mess up too. Okay, so I'm just going to put a bump in here. Right there. Colour to height. Yeah, so now we got some texture going on. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna put this sideways actually. Let's go on layout. I'm just gonna, well, everything's selected anyway. I'm just gonna rotate this 90 degrees so that it goes on its side. Now you notice there's a bit more lip on this side, so what I'm going to do, just bring it up just slightly. And then I'm just going to angle it. Just slightly so that it just sits kind of on a floor surface. And then I'm going to add a plane. Scale this out. Oh, we've got the glass. Don't forget the glass. Let's backtrack right there. I forgot the glass. See what I mean? It rotates. We've got 90. Take it down. Sorry about that if you've just moved everything and then realised your glass is missing. And then we're going to go rotate. Just get it relatively flat to the ground, to the grid at least. And then we're going to go add, and then plane, scale it out. I'm just going to drop my plane a little bit. And there we go, it should be relatively flat. Oh, no. There we go, it should be relatively flat against the surface. Let's change the colour on the background to black. Then maybe change this to, you know, I'm going to take the sun off. I'm going to take the sun right here, just press delete. And this is basically what we should see. So we got this emission coming from the torch right here. So to change your emission, you just go back to the materials tab. And we named it the emission light. And we're just going to go ahead and just change up the strength right here. It should be a lot brighter. Yeah, so apart from that material conundrum, that's basically how you make a torch with glass, with an emission. And hopefully you guys enjoyed the tutorial. I'll see you guys in the next one. Like, subscribe, follow, do all that jazz. I greatly appreciate it. I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Alright, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So today we are going to be doing a couple of trees with kind of like a moon type background with some stars and stuff. So what I'm going to do, let's go ahead and I'm going to show you the preferences menu because you guys are going to need the sampling tree gen. So sampling tree gen can be found in the add-ons. So you're going to go to edit and then preferences, then add-ons. I don't think you can see the pop-out on this side, but yeah, it's preferences and then go to add-ons. And you want to type in tree gen and just go ahead and check the box for tree gen. So what we're going to do, we're going to go with add to begin with. And then, you know, I'm going to delete the default cube before we begin with that. But we're going to go add. You want curve, sampling tree gen. So, with this particular one, I've got my screencasting keys just over the top of it. Just 1 second, I'm just going to turn these off. We got sampling tree gen just here in the corner. What you can do is you can change your tree to anything that you really want with load present. So you can have like birches, you can have anything that you want really. So since this is a Halloween kind of project, we're not going to add the leaves, but I'm just going to leave this as a genetic tree. So what I'm going to do, we'll come from this angle right here. I'm going to go ahead and add a plane. We're going to scale this up. So you've got it going quite a distance. And scale it up in the background too. I'm going to go ahead and add the camera to this angle right here. So all you need to do is view, align view, align camera to view. Just going to press G and move this around a little bit. And R for rotate as well. I'll turn the screencasting keys back on. So R for rotate, just hold the center scroll right there. And we're just going to go ahead and just move this to where we need it to be. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and move this tree just to the side right here. Let's put it just here so it's just off center. And then I'm going to go ahead and just add some more. Rotate this just ever so slightly so you've got that little bit of difference going on. And what you can do is you can put these into the distance a little bit too. So let's go ahead, rotate this, kind of make a little bit of a forest. So if I go ahead and just have this as the camera angle and then the trees, what we can do, I'm going to go ahead and make a material. So let's go new with material, we'll say tree. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put them as kind of a dark brown just for the time being. Make sure that every tree has got this. Let's see, tree right there. Okay, so gonna take these three, and I'm gonna go ahead, Shift D, and just start duplicating them all over the place, basically. And we're just gonna make a forest. Yeah, you can go ahead, put these backwards, rotate them slightly. Just basically make a space. Take these ones. You'll notice as well they start to disappear in the background. Don't worry, I'll teach you how to amend that. Let's go ahead and put some more here. Just gonna rotate these round. Random patterns and stuff like that. And then we can take the entire thing, just box select and just Control Shift. Put those in the background. Now, these trees that aren't appearing in the background, this is because of the camera. So go to your camera options right here. You'll have clip start and end. You just want to go ahead and just pull that back into the distance. So when we render it, it should look something like this. And I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this light right here because we don't need it. What we're going to do, let's go ahead and we're going to add, I'm going to go ahead and make this dark. And then I'm going to go to the shading tab. We'll go to the world settings just at the side right here. And we're going to add a noise texture. Color to color. And when we have the noise texture, it should look something like this. You want to scale this up so you've got little points going on. Then we're going to go to add and we'll go color ramp. So let's see, we're going to put the color ramp right here in the middle. You want to pull the black across. Then we've got this nice little starry sky. And you can make this a very busy sky. You can make this with less stars if you wanted to, maybe just like a few. So we could go like that. I'm going to go with view and camera and active camera. Let's see, view, cameras, active camera. So now we can see that we've got all these stars going on. What we can do is we can make a little bit of a sunset if you wanted to. So we could go add. You could, let's see, with these two we can go add. So we've got A and we've got B. So B doesn't currently have anything on it, but A does. So with B, what we can do color ramp again. Shift D, bring it to the bottom, color with B. And we can change the way that this is going to look. So, instead of kind of stars and stuff like that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to get rid of that one. Let's go to add. Maybe we could do shader, background. Background right here, maybe. With B. Actually, no. You know what? That's not going to work. Let's go to add. And we want color ramp. Just here. Color to B. And what we want to do is add a noise texture. Color to the FAC. Just underneath. What you want to try and do is get a nice little pattern going through this. So maybe we'll just do, say there, we'll change this to a blue. Let's see, like kind of sunset blue, I guess. Or you could do an orange if you wanted to. We'll do a blue. Kind of gives the impression of clouds as well. So we could do it like this. A couple of clouds, a couple of stars. To pull the stars back a little bit, just go to your factor and just pull this down. Make kind of like a dark night. And then we're going to add the moon in the background. So let's go to layout. Add. And we'll go with, I don't know what I just added there, but we don't want that. Let's go to add mesh, UV sphere, shade smooth, scale it upwards. And you're going to take this to the back of the trees. And we'll go into the background right here. Brush G, just bring this across. We're going to make this an emission piece. So we're going to go new. Principal BSDF to emission. You can turn this up, turn this down, whatever you want to do with it. Totally up to you. And then we'll go to the shading tab for this. Change the world to object. We're going to go to add. And we'll go colour. We'll go noise texture. Colour to colour. And then we're going to go to add colour ramp. Right in the middle here. And just kind of add some little bits of texture to the moon. Just to make it look moony. Kind of thing. And then this floor right here that we've got, we can actually scale this outwards. And we can go to, let's go to the particle system. Press plus. We want to go for hair to make grass. And we want to increase the number that we have on there. So, let's see. We want hair with that one. You might need to make a separate piece just for this because I think it's too big. Let's just shrink this down just ever so slightly. You can see the hair on it there. So, with the hair, let's increase the number. So, put the meters down just a little bit as well. Maybe add a couple of zeros onto this. Or a couple more. Totally up to you what you want to do with it. Material, we could go new. And we could go like a dark green or something. So when we've got the render, this will essentially be grass. So you could add a couple more 1,000 particles to it if you wanted to. Totally up to you. You could also add a little bit of lighting inside of the trees. So if we go add cube, we could go ahead and scale this out at the back right here within the trees. Hold on, where's it gone? Yeah, there it is. So we could actually take this and we could go new, and we could make this an emission, make it red. And you could like have some sort of backlighting in the forest. Let's press G, just bring it forward. Yeah, about there I would say. So you can see that grass just a little bit more. You can like do segments and stuff like that. It's totally up to you what you want to do with it. Our Ryan is about to freeze. So yeah, you've got like this nice little dark grass kind of stuff going on. This is a particle system as well. I mean, like you could put little particles in here if you wanted to. I personally will put a depth of field as well. So let's put a depth of field. Let's choose a random tree just for there. Kind of focusing on one bit and everything else is blurred kind of thing. Kind of works really well. So that's just like a basic kind of spooky scene if you guys are interested in that. You can also make the moon orange if you wanted to. So like if you go to shading, you press plus, you can put like an orange kind of moon in there. Make it like a blood red moon if you wanted to. If that's your kind of style. Totally up to you. Yeah, so that's the tutorial. I will see you in the next one. Bye. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be doing a little bit of lighting. So what I'm going to begin with, let's just mosey on that down. What I'm going to begin with right here is I've got a cube. I'm going to press delete on this. I'm going to get rid of the lights just for the time being. And I'm also going to get rid of the camera as well. So what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and you can use a cylinder for this, you can use a circle for this as well. I'm just going to go S and just scale this down and then scale it up. So this will be the base of the lights. We're going to go ahead and go to edit mode. Select your faces just on the side here. E for extrude. Scale in. E for extrude. Scale in. And just leave it where it is. And on the back we don't really need anything. So what we're going to do is let's go for E for extrude, leave it where it is. Scale it in. And then I'm just going to go E for extrude and just drop it. So we'll go to object mode. We'll go to add. And I'm going to go with another cylinder. Now what you want to do is make sure that this cylinder is just about the right size to fit into the little drop down that we've just made. So we're going to press G, bring it up. And what I'm going to do is we're going to go to edit mode. I'm going to take the top face right here, press G, bring it down just ever so slightly. E for extrude, scale it inwards, just ever so slightly. E for extrude, scale it inwards, and then E for extrude, scale it inwards, and just keep going until eventually you reach a point just at the front right here. And then I'm going to go Control R and just roll your center scroll just to make these little lines right here. So this, we're going to go right click, shade smooth, the bottom one as well, right click, shade smooth. So this one right here, what you want to do is we want to go Shift D, and we're just going to duplicate this. So what you can do is just bring it up just at the top there. This one underneath will be our emission piece, so we'll go with material, we'll go add, change this to light, and we're going to set this to an emission. Now before I set this to an emission, what I'm going to do, let's just undo that one. You don't need to undo that. So I'm just going to place a plane so you guys can see the emission. And I'm also going to go to the render engine and change out Eevee to cycles. So let's go back to our emission piece right here. And I'm just going to place this on render so you guys can see the emission that comes through. So we'll go to Principled BSDF just here. We'll go to emission. And now we can see that we've got this nice little glow going on. Because this is an outdoors light, I'm going to change this to a kind of yellowy orange. And I'm just going to increase the strength just ever so slightly. So this would generally be a wall light. Next thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to take the base and we're going to go new, and we're going to go, this will be black. So let's change this to black. This will be part of the plastic. We'll change this roughness upwards just a little bit. So once we've got that done, we'll take the top part that we've made right here. We're going to go into modifiers and we're going to type in wireframe if it's not down here in your Dropbox. So now we have this nice little wire. So I'm just going to press G and I'm just going to bring it back over the top. Just as such. And we can now mess around with the thickness of the lines that we have. going to press G and just bring this down just ever so slightly. So now we have this nice little light going on. So what we can actually do, if you wanted this as a floor lamp, we could take this, let's see, so if I just go back onto this mode, I'm just going to go ahead and select everything and just bring it up. We could take this one, we could duplicate this, scale outwards, and we could kind of have a double bubble kind of setting for this. Also with this little frame that we've got on here, what we can do, we can go down to materials, click new, and we can make this black. Or if you want to make it the same colour as the stand, just click the black there. That way it's all uniform. And that's just basically how you make a wall light. If you want it against an actual wall, we can take this. I'm just going to go ahead, rotate this by 90. Right, so if you wanted this as a wall light, wall mount, we can press G. I'm just going to go ahead and rotate it by 90, and then we'll go ahead and rotate it again by 180. Let's press G. Place it up against the wall like that. And then you could do this, just upwards a little bit. And then Shift D, duplicate, maybe have it as, let's go with, maybe -50 apart. Shift D, -50, Shift D, -50, Shift D, and then -50. I don't know how much you guys have got, the distance wise, but you could do this and we could go 50. So everything's going to be minus on this side and plus on this side. So just type 50 on this side, minus on this side. So Shift D, and then we press 50. So now we've got all of these. We can do a little render. You can see that we've got these wall lights going all the way across. So, what you could also do as well, if you wanted to do a wall right here, let's turn this around. This is a shading tab, by the way. We can go brick texture. Just click that there, colour to base colour. You got your nice little brick texture going on. Let's scale that down a little bit. And then what we can do, just move this to the side, we can actually add a bump texture, just right in here. Colour to height. You also want a colour ramp on this as well. Just to go in the middle, just right there. It should pop up. If it doesn't, just delete the bump node. Let's go bump again. Right there. Get that to height. Might just be taking a while to load in. Or maybe not. Maybe I've glitched it up a little bit. But anyway, if you can't get the bump node to work, you always have this as a brick texture. And then we can go ahead and add some noise. I might try the bump texture again in a second. So, you get some noise on here. Bit of diffusion. You see how that's noise right there? And then we'll try the bump texture once more. Just to see whether this works or not. Yeah, I don't think this one's going to work. But what I can do, let's go ahead and stick it here. Height. We can change this to the roughness, just in the background as well. Yeah, I'm going to get rid of that bump node and maybe just have the wall tiles just for show for the moment. So, let's go with layout. I got rid of the camera, didn't I? So, let's go with, where have you gone? Let's add camera. We'll go to view, align camera to view. We'll go G, bring this back. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to focus on this one right here. So if we go to depth of field, take this little dropper right here, select this, and then just lower the f-stop ever so slightly. And we should have this nice little blur that happens around the outside. See, ratio. Just going to pull that ratio down a little bit. And you get these nice little bits at the side as well, quite artistic. This nice little blur of light. So, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to go ahead and just move this slightly. And I'm just going to tone this down just ever so slightly as well. I think that should be okay. So when we go to this render tab right here, we can now get this kind of look where we've got nice little blurs on this side, and we have the blur on this side, and then we have the light that's in focus. And usually I would say to give the brick a little bit of texture, but today it's not working for some reason. So that's the tutorial for today. I hope you liked. Yeah, I'll see you in the next one. Please subscribe. Okay, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So, we're going to be making a can, like a soda can kind of thing. We're going to go ahead and delete the default cube and add a circle. Just scale this outwards. And then we will go to edit mode, press F for fill. We're going to go E for extrude, keep it where it is, scale outwards just slightly, E for extrude. And then just scale outwards just slightly again. E for extrude, scale outwards. And this is going to be the base of the can. And then we want to go for E for extrude, bring it all the way up. G, just to bring it up a little bit more. E for extrude, scale inwards. G, just bring it down a little bit, scale outwards, scale inwards again, just slightly, G just to bring it down. I'm just going to go ahead and just undo that one just for 1 second, just scale outwards just slightly, E, just trying to get this curve on the can that I've got, and then we'll curve this just outwards. Oops, don't know what I did there. G, just bring this down, and then E, I'm just going to do the curve outwards now, just for the rim. E for extrude, and then E again, and then we will start curling this in. E for extrude, scale inwards, E for extrude, don't move it, and then scale inwards again, and this is quite a thin edge that we should be making, so E for extrude, just bring it down, and just curve it just slightly, and then we'll go straight into the can. So we generally have this kind of double drop off that happens inside of the can. So we'll go for E for extrude, keep it where it is, scale inwards just slightly, then E for extrude so it goes downwards, and then we're going to go E for extrude, keep it where it is, scale inwards, and then we'll go E for extrude to bring it up, scale inwards just slightly, E for extrude to bring it up, scale inwards again. And for the tricky part, what I'm going to do because we've got the hole in the middle and then we've got the kind of weird kind of pattern around the outside. So I'm going to go E for extrude, and then I'm just going to scale it inwards, and then scale across one axis, scale it inwards, scale across one axis again. And then I'm going to take these little points right here. So just get the ones opposite. Just click around. And then I'm just going to scale these outwards, sideways, a little bit. G, bring it down just slightly. And then we can go to this part right here, E for extrude. Scale it downwards and scale it inwards. Just ever so slightly. Not too much. And then E for extrude again. And we'll just scale this all the way into the middle. And then we're going to bring this just at the side, just here. Now, this isn't very straight on this side. So I'm just going to move this outwards. Oops. Just S to scale, bring this outwards a little bit, just shape it up. Just a little bit more. And then this part right here, we're going to take the points, go to the points just up here. And we're just going to scale this outwards. Oops. Yeah, scale outwards. Select the face itself, and then squish it down. And then we're going to place this just here. So you should have something like this. So now we need to make this a little bit more circular. So I'm just going to make it a little bit wider. And then we'll get the sides just a little bit more circular on this side. So this one and this one. Scale outwards a little bit. And then this one and this one. Oops, yeah. Scale inwards just a little bit. So we take this top right here, just scale this. Oops, yeah. Okay. And then we're going to go with, I'm just going to scale this outwards and then G, move it up just slightly. Just move it across slightly and then E for extrude. And then we're going to go E for extrude again and then just scale it outwards. And then E for extrude all the way down. So we've kind of got this hole going on. Okay, so object mode, we want to shade that smooth. Should look something like this. I'm just going to undo that because I think maybe we could do a little bit better on the shading just as it is. So for the tab, we want to maybe go with a cube. I'm going to go with a plane actually. Press G, bring it up. Scale outwards. And then what we want to do, we're going to go edit mode. Subdivide a couple of times. And what you want to do is make two holes in this. So you want a bigger hole on this side and maybe that kind of hole. Delete the faces. Go into modifier. And I believe in modifier we could bevel this. Just round a little bit. Ah, come on. Let's go for edit mode. Press A. E for extrude. And then we'll take these just across here. Come on. And then just scale them in. Maybe press G, bring it back. E for extrude. Just scale that in a little bit more. Just press G, bring it back a little bit. And then we can take these little sides right here. Just pull them up, press G. So it's kind of a little bit more circular. pull these back. I'm going to do the same to this side, just to make it a little bit more round. And we can also do it to this side as well. Just bring these round just here. And then we'll do it to the outer parts as well. Oops. I messed up. Okay, so we've kind of got this this basic kind of tab going on. Just gonna pull some of these vertices and angles just a little bit. Edges might be best. So then we'll place this on top of the can. And because it's open, we'll just give it a bit of an angle. So now we can shade this one smooth if you'd like. Make sure that your render engine is from Eevee to Cycles. So once we've got this, we can then change this into a sun, or you can add some advertising to this as well. Shift D, just to duplicate some lights. So on the outside of this, what we can actually do is go edit mode, and we can take from maybe here the faces, just press shift control just to select all of that, and we could go to the materials tab, press plus, new material will be the can itself, so we could do silver, make it slightly reflective, and then we can press plus, new, assign, and then we could go to, we can make this black if we wanted to. So that would be where your label goes. For all of this, we've just kind of got this nice dull silver. We could change that to more of a shiny silver. A little bit more mirrored. So yeah, this is a basic can, really. For the underside of this can, we can take this, go to edit mode, take this face right here, E for extrude, and then just scale it inwards. So E for extrude, scale inwards, and then we've got that nice little bevel at the bottom of the can as well. So yeah, that's pretty much the tutorial, really. I'll see you guys in the next one. Okay guys, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're doing game items. So I'm going to go ahead and delete the default cube. And I'm going to go ahead and start with, let's go with a cylinder. So we're making a coin today. I'm just going to scale this out so you guys can see what I'm doing. And then I'm just going to pull this in now. The resize as well. If I just remove the screencast keys just for 1 second, I think I can still get to this menu. No, 1 second. Let me just get rid of this. Let's go to add and then cylinder. I'm going to move the vertices up a little bit. So we've got that nice little smooth outside ring on the coin itself. So we're just going to shade this down, even scale this down. Edit mode. We'll take the top face right here. And then we're going to take the bottom face right here. We're going to go E for extrude. And just leave it where it is. So what we're going to do with this, we need to amend both sides at the same time. So we're going to go scale. And then we're going to go scale again, but scale inwards. So scale against one of the axes, and then scale inwards. E for extrude again, leave it where it is. And then we'll scale inwards again. And then we're going to go E for extrude again. And then we want to scale inwards again. So if I put the X-ray on just there so you guys can see. So we're just going to go ahead and scale inwards just here. And then we will shape this in just slightly. So this item right here, let's see what we can do with this. So we're going to go to the object mode. You want to shade this somewhat smooth. We've just gone to the render mode right here. We can go to, instead of Eevee, go to cycles. We're going to go into the materials tab. We'll go new material. This will be gold. Go ahead and make this slightly orangey yellow. Make this metallic, just by slight. And then we're going to take the roughness down. Now we might amend this afterwards, but what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and add a text. So just come up to here, and then just select text. So when editing text, we're going to come to object mode right here. Go to edit mode. Just delete this, and we're going to type coin. So this will be a little coin for your game or whatever you'd like. You can put a $sign on there if you wanted to, or you can put pound on there, whatever you need. I'm just going to put coin for mine. Scale it in just a little bit. Okay, so we're going to come over to the this tab right here, which is the data tab. Let's go to geometry, and you want to extrude this just slightly so that it comes through the side of the coin. Make sure that it doesn't come through the back side of the coin. So what you want to do is you want to make sure that your extrude is just a little short of that back, because what we're going to do is put this on the back once we're done. So press G, bring it up, and just place it just above here so we can see that little bevel going on. Let's go to material, go to your drop down and select gold. So now these two materials will be the same. So I'm actually going to flip this on its side. So let's go rotate even, and 90 degrees. Press G, we can bring this up. So the lighting is actually in the incorrect place, but I can go ahead and just make a secondary light right here. One here so we can see what's going on with this. Okay, so when you've got the coin as is, you've got a blank side on this side. So what you want to do, take this, Shift D, we'll just pull it out at the back there, rotate by 180, and then we're going to go ahead and just stick this back onto the coin itself. Just here, just make sure that it doesn't go through the opposite side and interrupt this one. So, want to make this a little bit more shiny, we can turn the roughness down as well. I'm just going to go ahead and add a plane in, because everything that I do that's shiny kind of looks a lot better when there's a plane in here. So what you can do with this as well, we can have some bump nodes put in here as well. If you want to go ahead and do that, it's just a shading tab. You got your little coin right here. So this will be the gold material that we've just put on. But if we want to add some shading to this, we can. We can do this in one of two ways. We can affect the roughness, or we can affect the colour itself. So if we go to noise texture, we can go colour to roughness. And now we kind of get this little noise kind of going on, like this kind of dirt kind of look to the coin as well. We can also add a colour ramp to this. So we can make this a little bit deeper as well. Give it a little bit of rust, give it a little bit of dirt. Yeah, it's like it's been passed from character to character and it's become a little bit weird in a way. We can also go to base colour and we can make that a little bit more rustic, so we can go ahead and add a noise texture. Oops, I'm just going to move this to here. Just move that out a little bit. And another noise texture, colour to colour base. Now you'll notice with this noise texture that it becomes like this. So what we want to do is, I'm just going to scale this noise texture up a little bit. So we've got that nice little grain coming through. And we've got the dirt still on the outside of the coin. We're going to add a colour ramp just in the middle right here. And now what we're going to have to do is put the colour back in. So we're going to go for that nice little gold that we had prior. We can add some extra little tones in here if you wanted some red, or you wanted a little bit of blue to make it look like it had oxidized a little bit. You can do that. So once you've got that, you can also do a bump. So you want to move the noise texture just to the side right there and add bump into the middle, and you want to go colour to height. Oops, not distance, sorry, height. And now you've got this nice little kind of rustic, kind of messed up coin that's got some grease on it. And you've also got some bumps on it. Now if you wanted to scale this outwards a little bit, you can do. You can also scale it inwards a little bit, so that it's one kind of thing, so it looks like it's been roughly cut. You can also extrude this text a little bit if you wanted to, so go back to your A right here for your data. Your geometry, let's pull this out just a little bit more. So we've gone 0.6, just make sure it doesn't connect with the opposite side, and then we can take this side and we can put this one to 0.6 as well. Let me see, yeah, and that would be your coin. If we just put it on the render tab, I'm only going to keep it on the render tab for a while. It's like, it's super sunny outside and my computer is currently acting like a space heater. It's just like, oh my gosh. It's crazy. So the problem with English houses is like they're great at keeping in heat. Like, and when it comes to summer, it's just like, oh my gosh. Many of our houses were made when it was quite quite cold in winter, and nowadays we've got a lot of heat. I'm just going to turn this down a little bit with the black. Yeah, my house was like made just after World War II, and it's just so insulated. It's unreal. The more modern houses, they're built like American houses where they've got drywall in between and not brick. Yeah, but these ones are like solid. They're just so hot. We don't have aircon here either. We just have central heating. So, yeah. I'm just going to make this a little bit more orange. Just to make it look a little bit more coin-like. But you guys can make these coins any way that you want. I'm just showing you. This is how you can make some of them right here. I don't think that's yellow enough. I think it's just too much. take this up and then make it a bit more orange. I think that would be okay. Yeah, so that's a basic gaming coin. I'll see what I can do the next one. I'm kind of like looking at different ideas and looking into doing stuff, and I'm also contacting a few gaming companies and saying like, hey, do you mind me recreating some of your items from your games, like basically just to show people how to make them. I haven't had any replies yet, so yeah, there's that. But I'll see what I can do as regards to fan art, because I'm sure that like there's maybe a small loophole that I could look into. I don't know. I don't want to do anything without companies giving me permission, but if they do have a fan art page, it's kind of different. So yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one. Hope you enjoyed. Like, subscribe. Bye bye. Okay guys, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be doing a work locker. It's on my brief. I mean, like, a work locker is good. So I don't know whether to do one where it's going to be multiple lockers or whether I just do a singular locker. I think maybe I can do a singular locker today just to show you how to make one, and then you guys can kind of experiment with what you'd like to do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the default cube, just bring it out a little bit. I'm going to just scale it upwards to roughly a locker size. I'm just going to press G and just bring it down to ground. So I'm going to start with on this one. If you guys want to rotate like this, it's a central scroll wheel. I keep forgetting this. Like, sometimes people just click on my videos straight away and they don't know any of the controls, and I don't tell them, and I need to start doing that. So I'm just going to press S, central scroll wheel, just go along the red line, which is the x-axis. We're just going to make this a little bit thinner. Let's come around here. So we're going to go into edit mode, which is in the top corner. We're just going to go into faces. We're going to take the front face here. We're going to go E for extrude, leave it where it is, don't move it, and then we're just going to go scale it inwards. And this is going to be like the inside bit of our locker, so I'm just going to scale upwards, so it gives it that little bit of a lip, but not much. And then what I'm going to do is E for extrude, scale it inwards. Now, because most lockers are made of a thin metal, we're just only going to go in just slightly. So you're probably going to want to be about there. So I'm going to go E for extrude again, don't move it. And then we're just going to scale outwards. I'm going to go to the X-ray mode so you guys can see what's going on here. So we got this face, we're just going to go scale outwards. You notice that on the inside that it's now going in to the sides. So I'm just going to scale toward the side, so you've kind of got this going on the inside. And then we're going to go E for extrude and just bring it back. So now, let's see, just leave a little gap at the back. So now we have a little hollow cube, and this will be potentially our locker. So now what we want to do is add shelves in there, a little bit of a rail, I guess, and then a door. So let's go with add, and then we're going to go to mesh, cube, and then you're going to want to scale your cube up so that it fits just on the inside of the locker. And then we're going to go to S, scale, downwards. Just flatten it down. And then G, we're going to bring it up. So it's going to become a shelf. You want to make sure that it's flush towards the sides, but it's not going to clip outwards. So that's clipping outwards. Just make sure that it's just in there, and you can't see it from the outside. So if I just click off that, you can't see it now. So this will be our first shelf, and maybe we'll want a shelf just at the bottom for shoes or something. Maybe you've got some shoes that absolutely stink after gym class or whatever like that, you know. And then we're going to add a mesh again, and we're going to go for cylinder. We're going to scale this upwards, and then we're going to scale it back down again. Rotate along the red axis, which is X. We're going to press 90, scale it outwards, then just scale it back in again. Now, this is going to be the pole for your coats. This is going to be the pole for whatever you're hanging up in your locker. So make it as thick or as thin as you want. Just press G, bring it up. We're going to post this, maybe, I think that's actually quite good. I'm gonna move this forward just slightly. You kind of got that gap at the other side as well. That's not, yeah, make sure both sides of your pole are touching the sides of the locker as well. It's not just floating there. I thought there was something wrong with that. I'm looking at it going like, what did I do wrong? Like, there's something wrong with that. I can't figure it out. It's not touching the sides. It's just like, it's just existing. So we're gonna go right click and then we're gonna press smooth. So now you've got your little pole in your locker. Now you can start adding, if you wanted to, materials to this. So your materials tab's just here. You want to press new. If this is a pole, we're going to want to go for maybe silver look to it. Let me see. Oh, that's really weird. They've changed some of the settings on here. So we're going to go with metallic and just turn it up a little bit. What I'm going to do is I'm going to change my rendering engine because we're supposed to be in cycles, but for some reason default is Eevee. So we've got it in cycles now. And this is a silver bar on the inside. Now if you wanted to add scratches to that, I can show you how to add scratches to that. Just 1 second. Okay, so you're going to want to go to your shading tab right here. So to add scratches to things, pretty simple. So what you want to do is add a Voronoi texture. Yeah, so here we go. Voronoi texture, you want to go color to base color of principled. Then we're going to go, we're just going to move this up. So now you can see all these little lines that have appeared right there. We're going to go to bump texture. Just put the bump in there. You want to change your color to your height rather than color to normal. So it should look like that. Now you've kind of got this purpley thing going on, so we're going to go add, and then we're going to go to color ramp. And I believe last time I just changed it to the metallic, I think, because it was working differently for another project. They do change the settings in Blender sometimes, so sometimes I'm like there, like, did I do the right thing? Because it doesn't seem to be reacting in the way that I'd like it to react. So, yeah, you can scale this up, you can scale it down.